Good evening, everyone, and welcome to the Township Committee meeting for May 14th. Can we please rise for the flag salute? I pledge allegiance
to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you very much. I would like to start the meeting with a few comments, if I may. This evening's meeting, as all public meetings these days, is being held remotely as a virtual meeting. The meeting is being televised on Comcast Channel 29 and Fios Channel 26. Residents watching the meeting on cable TV can participate in the public hearings by dialing any of the phone numbers listed on the agenda and dialing *9. For those watching on cable TV, those phone numbers also will be shown on your screen when we get to the public comment sections of the agenda. In addition, the meeting is being carried live on Zoom under the webinar number listed on the agenda. The agendas are posted on the Township website, chathamtownship-nj.gov. And then to make it easier for you as a resident, if you wish to receive emails of the agendas and all new information posted on the website, go to the website, click the red community alert button at the bottom of the page, and fill in the requests that meet your needs. I also would like to take a quick run through the agenda tonight so that everybody kind of has an overview of what's happening rather than taking each thing individually. But we're starting off the agenda with the Comcast franchise agreement public hearing. This is an opportunity for anyone to voice their experience with Comcast. We will be proceeding to negotiate with extending our Comcast contract, and this is part of that procedure, is getting public feedback on their opinions on it. The next thing on our agenda is shows up on the agenda as the public hearings and final adoption on 5 different ordinances. Those ordinances are 2020-04, amending the skate park redevelopment ordinance, 2020-06, the multi-purpose bond ordinance, 2020-07, the bond ordinance to purchase 76 Southern Boulevard for a group home, ordinance 2020-08, a bond ordinance to purchase 587 Fairmount Avenue for a group home, and ordinance 2020-09, which is for improvements to the township-owned property on Gibbons Place for a group home. Now, there will be separate public hearings held on each of those 5 individual ordinances. However, the only ordinance that we expect to vote on tonight is number 2, which is the multi-purpose bond ordinance. That is a ordinance that will fund such things as the air packs for our fire department and the repaving expenses for the summer ahead for the township streets. So that is a kind of a necessary part of our routine business going forward. The 4 other bond ordinances all relate in one way or another to affordable housing. And those public hearings are going to remain open and be carried to our next meeting on May 28th. The next item on our agenda is the introduction of an ordinance, 2020-10, and that is another affordable housing related ordinance. That's the bond ordinance for the purchase of property at 490 River Road. As the introduction of an ordinance, that will not have its own public hearing. The public hearing will be scheduled for May 28th when it joins the other affordable housing ordinances that we just mentioned. At that point, however, if anybody has any comments they wish to make about that particular ordinance, they're welcome to make them during the hearing of citizens and petitions that takes place later on the agenda. And again, there will be opportunities going forward. Now, the intent on all of these separate ordinances is that On May 28th, we intend to have a presentation by the developer who we are working with to provide the group homes. So on that agenda for the 28th, we will be getting a report and a presentation from Novell Homes that will show the layout on the property. It will show some conceptual visuals of what group homes look like. He will be available to answer questions about the typical residency and who we're expecting to serve, and a lot of detailed questions that anybody might have, both from the Township Committee and from the public. And that is scheduled for May 28th, our next public meeting. On the May 28th, we are again going to continue all of those affordable housing public hearings. We are not planning to take any action on those affordable housing ordinances on May 28th. We're going to carry them to our next meeting on June 11th. At that June 11th meeting, we will again have an opportunity for the public to ask any questions, to make any comments on all of these ordinances, and we will have another presentation, this time by the developer who we are working with on the River Road property. This is the 60 to 62 unit development on River Road. Again, he will be showing conceptual layouts. He will be showing conceptual visuals of what the development would look like. And he will be available again to answer all of the specific questions that any of us might have. At the end of that meeting on the June 11th, our intent is, again, to keep all those public hearings open and carry the matter to our next meeting on June 25th. And on June 25th, after we've had another 2 weeks to digest the comments and the presentations, and at the end of still a fourth public hearing on all of these matters, we would intend to vote. Now, I do say intend because we do have to, we are going to be having a case management meeting with the courts between now and then. This is our intended schedule, and the purpose of it is to maximize the chance for to present details and to receive public comments across the 4 separate meetings. As you continue down the agenda, we have the consent agenda, and then we have 2 resolutions followed by the hearing for citizens. I'm going to propose that we amend the agenda and move that hearing ahead of those 2 resolutions so that the public has a chance to talk before we take any action on those 2 resolutions. So we'll have the consent agenda and then the hearing for citizens, and then we will follow it up with the 2 resolutions. One is 2020-126, amending the preliminary investigation authorization to add the property at 490 River Road, and 2020-127, which will be referring to the planning board the request to rezone the property at 344 Hillside Avenue. Both of those matters would need to go to the planning board, and we expect them to be on the planning board agenda for Monday, the 18th. I think it's important to note, however, that the request to rezone Hillside Avenue, that is a request that has come from the Sterling Sun Homes developers, and it involves property across Hillside Avenue from the main Dixie Dale estate, and that would be heard by the planning board on Monday. The amending the preliminary investigation authorization is a very, very preliminary action on the part of the planning board. They will be authorizing our professional planner to put together the necessary reports, because that actual discussion and any action on that matter would not take place until the planning board's July 6th meeting. So that is fairly far in advance. The planning board on the Monday, the 18th, this coming Monday, will also have another affordable housing item on their agenda, and that is pertains to our ordinance that we have on our agenda tonight, 04, which is amending the skate park development site. Basically, just in a nutshell, we are shrinking the footprint of the skate park affordable housing development known as Arbor Green. We are shrinking it slightly, and that will allow us, the township, to retain the property where the skate park itself sits and the grassy area around the skate park. So that is an action that would be on the planning board agenda for the 18th. That is and that would take us to the hearing of, actually we moved the hearing of citizens up, so that would bring us to the end of the meeting. I would like to just say one more thing. There were some comments on Facebook and in TAP this week about pertaining to surveyors on this property at 490 River Road. I guess as mayor, I would like to apologize for any upset. We certainly expect surveyors that are working for developers under our direction to have told us what their plans were specifically and to have gotten permission from the neighbors first. And we have talked to them, and they understand that that's our Chatham Township expectation, and it will not happen again. And the second item that was mentioned on those that email, the letter to the editor that was posted, regarded the homeowner's disagreement about where the surveyors were putting the property line. I would like to say that the township engineer has already reached out to that property owner and has offered to meet at their convenience, wearing masks and keeping safe social distances, but to work out in any amicable solution and to clarify what their concerns are. So again, apologize for the misunderstanding on that and the steps we've taken to correct it. So that having been said, I'd like to get back to our agenda. I think the first item would be to formally amend the ordinance, yes. Amend the agenda. I mentioned the one thing that I'd like to amend. Bob, is there anything else that needs to be done?
Well, no, Mr. Mayor, I just wanted to ask for a point of order. Our clerk is...
Bob?
All right. I wanted to ask for a point of order. Our clerk is printing out printing out the phone numbers for people to call in case they have questions. That'll be posted, so it'll be easier to see. So he's coming back right now. So I would just ask that we speak very slowly until he posts that, and then you can call for the roll call.
Very good. Thank you very much. And are we taking the item number 8 off of our consent agenda, the private duty third-party vendor?
Yes, Mr. Mayor. That there was an email that was sent out about that. The chief and I are going to be putting together a request for quotes on that, just based on some questions, just based on some software questions that came up and some other issues that have been that came up. So yes.
Okay. With those two amendments, does anyone else have any other items on the agenda that need to be addressed?
No.
Can I have a motion to amend the agenda?
So moved.
Can I have a second?
Second.
Very good. Greg, have we given you enough time to get back to your desk to do a roll call?
We don't need it for this. This is just
a motion? Okay, all those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? Very good. We've amended it. Thank you very much. We did a roll call at the start of our executive session. Greg, are we okay on that, or do we, for protocol's sake?
We're good.
We're all good? Okay.
The record will show that Mr. Swartz is now on Zoom.
Very good. Okay, our first item on the agenda is a public hearing regarding the Comcast franchise agreement. So I will
Bring Mr. Smith in.
and I will open up that public hearing.
Do we want to do reports first?
Oh.
Or are we going right to the...
I'm sorry. Yes, I did leapfrog over reports. Let me back up. Let me back up and go. And Karen, would you like to start us off?
I mean, I certainly am happy to do that. Thank you. Just a couple of things I want to mention. First of all, our DPW extends their thanks once again to the entire community. They're the recipients of an awful lot of generosity from our residents. Most recently, they have had lunch dropped off from Hickory Pizza. Of course, we know they also had some masks made for them by the 1,000 Masks program at the library, which I understand has swelled to the 4,000 Masks program at the library. They are also so grateful once again to the emergency squad for bringing down the sanitizing mechanisms to allow them to sanitize their vehicles. Right now, they are operating on full staff. They were down to half staff in order to ensure social distance and to mitigate any sort of spread of the virus, but they're back to full staff. They are only one per vehicle, so it does sort of limit their scope of operation, but they're getting everything done, as I'm sure all around town will agree. They've done a tremendous job. They have seen virtually no issues at the compost heap worth mentioning. Everybody is engaging in social distancing. Everybody is forming orderly procession into the compost area, dropping off their yard waste and not socializing too much, although that's really hard when we've all been locked up all this time. So from a DPW perspective, the only other thing really for them is the recycling center. We know people are eager to get down to the recycling center every other Saturday, but at this point in time, it's a matter that's going to have to be addressed on June 2nd because, on June 1st. But at this point, it is, it's not possible to maintain social distance and to not expect our DPW folks to lend a hand. So the recycling center is going to have to take a little bit of a back burner status still going forward. John, I will ask you to talk about road openings that PSE&G is working on. I don't know whether you've spoken to them. Certainly those of us who live in the north end of the township have seen an awful lot of PSE&G work. It looks like it all started in the borough. And all of a sudden it's creeping across the border. We haven't got that wall built yet, so we still have PSE&G coming into our neighborhoods. So whether road opening status has been secured. And the other thing is that the neighbors have been notified. And I know that our gripe with PSE&G going back a number of years has been that they have not notified our residents when work is getting done. So the residents of the impacted neighborhoods, once again, in the northern ends of Chatham Township seem to be getting noticed, which is great. So if we could talk about that. And right now, that's it. Tracy, I believe you will address the wonderful lights that were placed outside and as part of your public safety report. It's great. It really is. We want to make sure we spend a few minutes tomorrow honoring our fallen law enforcement officers throughout the nation as we conclude Law Enforcement Week. But I'll leave that to you. So that's what I've got. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Karen. And I'll just add that tomorrow is a recycling day. So even though our recycling center is closed, the public can put their recycling out at the curb before 7 o'clock tomorrow morning, and that would solve their
And
immediate.
if I can extend the public safety announcement from last week, we are all getting more delivered to our homes from Amazon and Jet and you name it. We all have more cardboard boxes. Please, the instructions from the MUA are to flatten all your cardboard boxes so that they don't pile up and they don't blow away if we get a breeze. The cardboard should all be flattened as you are bringing it out to the curb. So thanks once again.
Thanks, Karen. Stacy, could you give your report next, please?
Sure, thank you. With respect to the mental health initiative coordinated between Madison, Chatham Borough, and Chatham Township, I had mentioned previously about tritowcares.org, which is where all the resources that we've identified have been posted, and that continues to be updated and populated. The group is looking into conducting a survey because we know that there are problems. We know that nationally there's increased substance abuse. We know that nationally there's increased concerns of depression and suicide. And we're trying to find out and figure out what's going on in our community and how we can best connect people with the resources that they need. So hopefully that'll get, figured out in the next couple of weeks. So if you see a survey out there, please go online to give your input, because we really would love to know how we can reach our residents and help our residents. And then within the TriTownCares.org site, there were therapists who volunteered their time. Their numbers are up on that site, and they can provide a complimentary consult, a couple of sessions, just to help direct people to the services that they, might need, or hopefully, maybe to give them some things that can help them to, deal with what we're dealing with at this time. Again, if you go on the site, there are a lot of wonderful resources, and there are new webinars that are being posted every day to specifically address. I just saw a great one. I think it was on NAMINewJersey.org. They have a couple of really great ones, kind of talking about how this experience parallels grief and the things that we can do to try and help us manage that process, try and help our families, our children. So I encourage you to go on that site. On the small business initiative, I just wanted to let people, or if you haven't heard, that the governor, as of yesterday, but it's effective, I think it's the 15th, is allowing our businesses, our non-essential businesses, now to have curbside pickup. So where before that was limited to essential businesses, that's going to be opened up to include non-essential businesses. And then the other update at that level, I just want to make sure everybody's aware of, that I heard today, was that our beaches are going to be opening on May 22nd, which is amazing. I mean, the one Board of Health piece of recommendation that I receive on every update is to get outside, get fresh air, get exercise. That will improve your immune system, improve your health. So the fact that our beaches continue to open is really great news. So just wanted to pass that information along. I'll keep trying to update that information so residents know, what's opening up, where they can go, what services are available to them.
Stacy, if I can just add to the beach, the opening up of the beaches that you mentioned, I had some conversations with folks in some shore communities. The idea of getting a beach pass is going to be a challenge, and people are going to have to visit each town's website to see what they're doing. Some are not issuing daily passes. Some are not even issuing weekly passes. Some of the shore communities are only issuing season passes. So if somebody's thinking they're going to go down to Long Branch or Manasquan or wherever for the day, the fact that the beaches are open is great. But if it's one of those beaches that requires a pass, it's really, really going to be important to call ahead. They're all still coming to grips with not only the beaches, but the summer rentals, the social distancing, and certainly gatherings of 10 or more, which, we all know is a family summer tradition. You get down with your cousins and so on, and you spend a week. So I would urge all of our residents who are listening to make sure they call ahead to secure information on which public beaches are actually going to be welcoming them.
Absolutely. Yeah, no, thank you, Karen. I appreciate that clarification, because I agree I would feel terrible if somebody went driving down the shore only to be turned away. And so it is, in terms of the details of how it's going to be implemented, you definitely want to, find out ahead, call ahead. In the process of that, you did remind me though, just to let people know, also the Board of Ed had decided that they've opened up their facilities, their, I'm sorry, I'm thinking parks, but it's not the parks. Like Cougar Field, those areas for passive recreation. You still can't have organized activities or team activities, but certainly you can go for a walk, go for a jog, throw the ball with family members, that type of thing. So, so it's wonderful to see things gradually reopening.
And I may also add that it does not in any way allow you to bring your dogs to the school fields.
Yes.
There are no dogs allowed on the school fields. It doesn't matter whether they're on a leash or not. I have had numerous calls. I've discussed this with Chief Miller. He has discussed it in turn with Superintendent Dr. LaSousa. The number of dogs that are continuing to use and abuse our fields as well as the Board of Ed fields is egregious. I don't know why people continue to ignore the signs. I don't know why people continue to think that our school fields are dog runs, because they are not. And people really need, the police department is on the case and they will be monitoring the situation very closely. It's unfortunate that people continue to bring their dogs to our parks and fields.
Thank you all. Celeste, could I ask you for your report?
Yes, I have two. One from the Chatham Community Garden, which is open now, but with restrictions and guidelines. People sign up for a designated time so that there's always social distancing and that sort of thing. And I think there might be a few plots that are left. And if anyone's interested, you could probably find, you can make a message on Facebook, on the Facebook page. There's a place where you can send a message and find out if there's a spot for you. And the Environmental Commission will be giving away seedlings again this year on May 30th. The exact time and place is to be announced at a later date. And they just have to make arrangements about where they're going to give them out. So that's it. That's all I have to say.
Thank you very much, Celeste. Deputy Mayor?
Last but not least,
Yes.
I do want to mention, as Karen mentioned, I want to give a thank you to Bob and to our DPW for sourcing the blue lights that will fit our fixtures. That was a little bit of a difficult task to get us up and running. The blue lights are to show our appreciation for all of our frontline responders. And so those are active, and I hope to be able to take a picture of those tonight and put them up on the Facebook page. This week is Police Appreciation Week. I think now more than ever, we understand how much our police are working on our behalf, especially with regards to this situation with COVID and the dangers that they face, and also with the issues with car thefts and some of the things that are happening there. So if you see one of our finest walking around Chatham, please give them a thanks, and I think it goes a long way. And then I would be remiss if I didn't say for the chief, please lock your cars and take your fobs. That's my constant message. Regards to Colony Pool, we've gotten a lot of questions on Colony Pool. I'll say this again, that we are waiting for guidance from the state with regards to pools. We may possibly hear it tomorrow. I log in faithfully at 1 o'clock to see if I can find something out, but we have opened up registration for Colony. And I'm hoping that a lot of our current membership will indicate their interest in returning to Colony Pool so that we can see what level of interest is for Colony Pool. And again, we don't know what that's going to look like, what the social distancing guidelines or what the group gathering guidelines are going to be, but we are hopeful that we might hear tomorrow. So hopeful on that. I wanted to follow up with what Stacy said with our Tri-Town Cares initiative. We meet on Mondays at 11. There is a very hearty group of people who are meeting and volunteering their services. We just started I took on the responsibility to start a Tri-Town Cares Facebook page. That page is up and running, and we are consolidating some of the wonderful works that are happening with Julie Reich and our senior center, and the webinars and YouTube videos that they're posting, as well as the hangout sessions from our school districts, help from NAMI, and some of the counselors who have made their services available, as well as faith-based services. So we're going to continue to populate the Facebook page. It's just another avenue for residents to access any mental health and wellness, any services that we have put together. Another interesting thing that we, myself and Mike, have been participating in is the Congresswoman Mikey Sherrill has been holding conference calls with the mayors, which has been wonderful to have a direct line to raise up some of the issues that we're facing and to hear back from what legislative efforts are happening. And one of the things that we did raise on the conference call was the ability for small businesses to have curbside pickup. We didn't really see the ability to distinguish between whether you were picking up a pizza or whether you were picking up a gift. And we really wanted to have that access, and we were very pleased to see today that that action had taken hold. And we weren't the only ones who were speaking about this as too. There was a big focus on small business. About 360 businesses replied to the survey. Most of them had under 10 employees, so this was a big focus, so very happy to see some of that opening up. We also asked about private clubs and recreational facilities and raising that up because we opened our tennis courts. We want our clubs to be able to open their tennis courts and their paddle courts for recreation. Waiting to hear on that. And then one of the very interesting things is that she's working, the Congresswoman is working on the SMART Act along with Representative Peter King of New York to help county and municipalities that are under 500,000 people, or the population requirement that was in the previous act, where we didn't get the ability to get some state aid and municipal aid because Morris County is just under 500,000 at about 494,000. So instead, it's going to remove, it seeks to remove the 500,000 population requirement and instead looks at infection rates and the resulting revenue loss. So it just won't be a determination based on population, but we'll actually look at the impact that individual municipalities and counties are facing, and that is going to ultimately help our county and ultimately hopefully help us. So those things are ongoing. It's great to be a part of that. They're very informative. It's one of a multitude of conference calls that we're on with either administrators, with Bob on with administrators, with our health officials, with county, the county folks. So work is ongoing. So I hope everyone is well. I hope you're doing well, and I hope that we continue to open up some of our facilities so people can get out and about.
I would like to add that I've been on the phone a couple of times with representatives from Congresswoman Cheryl's office, as well as with our state legislators, specifically with Senator, former Governor Dick Cody. We are all hearing, at least I am, from people in our community who are struggling to get information about the Federal CARES Act, which is where Congresswoman Cheryl's office comes in. It is a federal matter. Our state legislators, beginning with Senator Cody and his staff, as far as interfacing, what I have heard is just a disaster on the unemployment situation, the Department of Labor unemployment situation. There was an article today about the fact that 15 years ago, our Department of Labor was not set up to handle a black swan event like this. And here we are 15 years later, and it has become very, very difficult. I would urge our residents to give any one of us a call, because we do, as you said, have avenues to reach folks at our state government, folks even at our federal government. And that is what Congresswoman Cheryl's job is. She represents us with the federal government. So when we have questions about the CARES Act or any other matters, that's what she was put in her chair for. As far as opening up the state parks, thank goodness that our local legislators were able to advocate with the governor to do that, because that's what our elected officials are supposed to do. We're here for our residents. So the fact that we are able to carry their concerns on to the next level is very important for our residents to know at this point more than ever.
Thank you,
I
Karen.
agree with you, Karen. There actually is going to be a town hall tomorrow night. I can push out the information. There have been several town halls. There is constituent services for our district that people can reach out to with regards to whether it's the small business loan or the PPPs. It's been very difficult, I agree with you, to navigate. And the fact that they're stopping and starting and being refunded and running out of funds, It's been something as part of what Stacy had organized in this small business initiative was a huge concern. So yes, please reach out. I'm on the call every Tuesday. There are constituent services available that will help you navigate. And it is a large concern. It's very good to hear that at the municipal level, our voices are being heard.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor. John, do you have anything to report from engineering?
Just, last year, the township received a grant from the New Jersey Department of Transportation for $212,000, and that grant was to pave River Road. We did have an opportunity to have the contractor come in from the Morris County Co-op to start that work and take advantage of some of the low traffic that we're having on the road. The work started today and it will finish tomorrow. With most of our DOT grants, the grant covers approximately 80% of the overall cost of the project. The work is basically from the Long Hill Township to just past Roosevelt. And again, the work will be completed, the paving should be completed on Friday, and soon thereafter, early next week, we're hoping to get the striping done so the road will be 100% complete.
Looking forward to it. Thank you, John.
Thanks. And then I am the DOT did announce grant applications for this year to be submitted by July 1st. I've discussed this with Rich Young and with Bob, and one road that I believe is a good candidate that we should consider is Noe Avenue. It has for the amount of traffic and the deterioration, I think that would be a good application to submit for this year. The municipal aid does cover, majority of the municipalities does utilize this grant funding program for resurfacing, but it also does cover sidewalks, and there's a much smaller percentage of money that's set aside for sidewalks. But this year we are recommending that we pursue a road resurfacing, and at the moment we're recommending Noe. So I think is something for the committee to think about. If there's any other suggestions or different roads that we would like us to take a look at. We do need to have a resolution passed the second meeting in June in order to submit that application for July 1st. So we just need to target that as a time to pass that resolution.
John, I think the jury may still be out unless we get a grip on what PSE&G is doing to our streets as we speak. I sent you a video today of one corner. They have literally everywhere where roads begin in the borough and head south towards the township, they are coming in and they are putting a trench and digging up the old gas main, or well, maybe just adding a new gas main in there. But if this is the case, when we're talking about road resurfacing, we should see what kind of problems they're going to leave behind. If they have not applied for road opening permits to do this and they're doing it, then what is their arrangement to repave it? The borough doesn't look so great. You drive down Washington Avenue, you drive down a lot of these other streets, and they're leaving these trenches. Who knows how long they're going to be there and what their plans are to clean up after themselves.
Yeah, I don't understand where the current disconnect has been with PSE&G. In the past, we've had good communication with them, have applied for road opening permits. Every year we do communicate with them regarding roads that we target to resurface, so that, you know, we don't want to be in a situation where we recently repave a road and all of a sudden they approach us and say they need to do a main replacement.
Exactly.
And so we do have that communication with them, but just recently there seems to be a disconnect, and a lot of that disconnect was, I believe, because their misunderstanding regarding where the municipal boundary was, because they're doing a lot of work in the borough, and a lot of the roads that that the municipal boundary goes through, like Delwood and Longwood and Fairview, those roads they have encroached into the municipal roads without permits, and we have approached them. We are working with them. They have applied for a road opening permit for those, and they are, and I agree with you, some of the conditions of the paving that they've done, which we weren't notified to inspect when they did it, are in poor shape, and we are going to have them redo the portion in the township that are unacceptable. So we are going to correct those situations. But with that said, I thought, after correcting them, working with them, just recently, we saw a mark out on Crestwood and Williams, which is disturbing.
That's what I sent you today, yeah.
Yeah, and that we have no notice regarding what activity is going on in that road. So I've already reached out to them, and I reached out to our sewer department, because they typically get a call for a mark out. Because if I see something in the road, if I call the sewer department, they'll tell me if someone called the 800 number to tell me, who's working out and who's working on the road. We're gonna follow up again with that tomorrow and make sure that nothing happens without a road opening permit being obtained and proper inspections. We have this road opening permit program so that we assure that when the road is being opened and it's being restored, it's done properly, and we have, the road lasts, the service life that we want to. It doesn't prematurely fail.
Right.
So we hopefully, I've been talking with PSC&G, and they are apologetic, but nevertheless, we want them to get back to where they have, where the communication was much better in the past.
Well, as I mentioned earlier in my comments, they did notice one of the families that I spoke to at the corner of Crestwood and Williams said that they were notified. So when you talk about them being acting in bad faith sometimes, as evidenced through the clear cut that they did up over, across Fairmount and up and over the hill, kind of by where Stacy lives there, they at least did give the residents notification that they were going to be doing this work. But if they're not going through proper channels from a township perspective, if they're digging up Longwood, I'll tell you, that's one road that could really use some resurfacing.
Yeah, yeah, you're right, and that's that's another discussion regarding the paving of Longwood. But if in fact that they had this scheduled a main replacement on Crestwood and Williams, I'm going to basically ask them to come in and meet with the administrator, and we need to straighten this out.
Yeah.
After correcting the situation on Dalewood and Longwood, and then just have this happen within a week later of these conversations is wrong.
Right.
So they have to call them in for a meeting and not just emails and calls.
Right. Well, it's going to be tough to get in for a meeting when we're not allowed to meet.
Well, we'll have a Zoom meeting. We'll get all the parties involved. This is going to have to be elevated, be above the people that just issue the permits. We have to get Scott Evans involved and others.
Thank you very much, John. It's a big concern. Thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you, John. Anything else?
Yeah, Jen, I just asked John, following up on that point, given that there was supposed to be another round of, well, I don't know, I would call it deforestation, they would probably call it tree trimming, along the right-of-ways, similar to what had happened across Fairmount. They were slated to begin in January, their other easements through Chatham, through the township. I haven't heard anything about that, and they had said that they had kind of went a little overstepped and would not be doing that on our next two easement paths on Southern Boulevard and then out, I believe, by Green Village. And I haven't seen any activity, but I'm wondering if it's going to crop up at any point in time now that some of the restrictions are being eased. So could you also ask that question? When?
Absolutely. We've asked to be notified when any clearing is to start, so we were informed of what they're doing. So I'll follow up and find out what their schedule is. Even if it's not going to happen this year, at least we can find out exactly when it's scheduled for.
Thank you.
And Bob, we heard from Nelson Tree Service today, if I'm not mistaken. You said that they were contracted by JCP&L to do some tree trimming.
No, we didn't hear. We didn't hear from Nelson Tree Service today, or I didn't.
All right. I'll get more details from JCP&L then. I believe it's nothing major. It's just annual maintenance tree trimming, nothing egregious.
Okay.
Any other questions?
John, were you going to touch base on the PSE&G reliability project?
Yeah, I can certainly mention that on the 21st of this month, the Board of Adjustment is hearing an application from PSE&G regarding it's a twofold project. One, over in Green Village, they are coming, they've purchased a piece of property and they're going to be utilizing that property as a staging area for equipment. And it's, what they're actually doing is replacing the poles, the power poles within the right of way. So it's similar to a project that they did several years ago, similar in fashion, where they're basically upgrading their infrastructure, and they will be doing, it's going to be a major construction within that right-of-way corridor. And a lot of, we are having a Zoom meeting, and actually the plans and details of the application can be downloaded online. It's on our website, and people can review the application. And the hearing is going to be started on the 21st. So, it's available for everyone.
We've been talking about that for about a year, right, John?
We have. Oh, yeah, absolutely.
They came at us a long time ago. If you'll notice in our rights of way, we have 2 sets of wire conductors, the new monopoles that went in just a few years ago, and the other old, they call them lattice work, high power line conductors. Those lattice work conductors go back to the Polk administration or Warren G. Harding or something, but they're very old and they are starting to look like they may lose their integrity. So it starts up at Roseland. It's going to go past the Livingston Mall, through Chatham Borough, Chatham Township, through the Great Swamp, up over the hill, wherever you see the lattice work, and then down in towards Pleasant Valley. But what John's referring to is the use of Green Village acreage that they bought. We've discussed this several times. They are using the Green Village acreage as a staging area, and then they will return it to a natural state, never to be infiltrated again. So we're not going to risk any development, home building, or anything like that over behind the area behind Green Village Fire Department. So they'll be replacing all of those old Westinghouse lattice work conductors.
I do, however, want to express some concern because when this project happened the last time, we really kind of got the short end of the stick. We lost our gazebo. We lost the ability to use the parking lot over off of Southern Boulevard. We almost lost the complete use of the parking lot at Colony. We actually had to go back to them and kind of fight for funds because they told us that there was the potential for ground transmission, and we were forced to, I think we ended up paying half, or I can't remember what it was, but we ended up having to pave part of that parking lot. And there was a bit of a fight on whether we were actually going to be able to continue to use that parking lot. There is I call them the Eiffel Towers. There is an Eiffel Tower, and if you look on the plan that was submitted in January for this project, the placement of the new monopole may encroach on the existing parking lot or move it closer to the tennis courts. So I'm particularly concerned about that configuration in that area around our recreational facilities. And I know, John, you and I talked about this a while ago. It may have even been before that. I can't remember when I found the giant sheets of paper. But if you could, we could take a look at that, maybe Bob and you.
Yeah, absolutely. We did highlight in our report regarding minimizing impact to that area, because we are utilizing it and we are leasing it, and it will impact our facilities. When they did the monopoles, it was not just Chatham Township, but through their entire corridor, they rectified a lot of encroachments and resolved easement issues. And so they were very aggressive with the monopoles. I was told that during this project, it's not going to be the same because they were so aggressive the first time. So we shouldn't expect any impact from our existing facilities from this. Although we do have, like you said, during the one pole that's located near the tennis courts is a concern, and that was raised to them.
Yeah, and there seems to be work going on that has been going on an ancillary power structure at the base of one of the monopoles that I've seen them, because I walk the dog there every day, and I've seen them working on that station and putting a fence around it. I don't know whether they were updating it or what's going on with that, but that's also another structure that's existing there. So I attended.
I believe you're referring to the cell tower compounds. So yeah, they've every time when they do modify those compounds, they do have to come to the Board of Adjustment, and they are vented, at the Board of Adjustment level.
Yeah, I don't know why one needs to be right there in the middle by the parking lot by the tennis courts when there's miles of other monopoles that are not in a recreational area. So I don't know if we have any control over that or not.
And they are very difficult applications for the Board of Adjustment to hear, and they usually do have testimony. And the board is very good at venting the information and making sure that that is absolutely necessary where they install those. And they do come with the justification and with their radio frequency engineers and identify why they need those locations. And it is scrutinized by the board for every application.
And I say something, they'll be right next to my house. And I'm wondering if they're going to be very close to my house when they put these things in. Because the last time I had difficulty with them, they made me move all my fences and flowers and grape arbor. And I did do that. I moved everything over, and they never followed through with my neighbors across the field to move theirs. But I'm afraid that this pole is going to be really right on top of me. And I don't know if there's any way that I could have them move it 25 feet or 50 feet the other way. Will I be able to have any say in that?
Well, I can share the drawings with you, and I can, show you where it is.
Okay.
Yeah, I'll send you the drawings, and you can get any specific questions that you may have on the application.
All right.
And can we, to that end, to people who will be affected, who live along the property lines, can we make that map in some way public? We could post it somewhere so that people could see?
It's posted on the website right now, where they're going to relocate the poles and the plans. So it's visible on the website.
Okay, good.
Is it listed as the Roseland Pleasant Valley project or something?
Correct.
RPV or PSENG-RPV or something like that. RPV is the name of the project, Roseland Pleasant Valley.
Looking for it right now.
But for any residents who have concerns, they should Zoom in or attend the Zoom on May 21st, correct? That would be their first step, other than looking up the documents, which we also have the documents that were submitted to the Zoning Board of Adjustment are on the Chatham Township website as well, because I know I was looking at them there. I don't know if it provides a level of detail that Celeste was asking for and that residents would look for, but certainly to start, we do have things on our Chatham Township website. And certainly the May 21st meeting would be the first place where people have concerns to start, to provide, or at least to listen. I'm not sure if there'll be a public hearing at that point, but.
I'm not sure if it'll probably, I'm sure it may take more than one night, and public hearing, it's a formal application, so the public will have absolutely an opportunity to comment on the application.
Thank you.
Thank you. Is that all for John? Albert, anything to report from your area?
I have no report, Mr. Mayor, but I would like an opportunity before you start the public hearing on the cable renewal franchise to say a few words. And also Mr. Charles Smith from Comcast, I believe, is listening in, so he may want to be recognized at that point before you start the public hearing.
Very good. Thank you. Bob, do you have anything to report?
Yes, Mr. Mayor, just a short report. I wanted to let the Township Committee know and our residents know that we now have 650 plans that are going to be available to be returned to our residents if they should want them. These are plans of houses. So our construction office and our construction official and inspectors have gone through 178 file drawers. We're about halfway through, so that'll be something once we can reopen, we will be able to offer these back to our residents' plans for the houses. Wanted to point out that Resolution 2020-125 would authorize the township to begin work on a new website that will be brought in-house so that we will be be able to push information out just a little more, a little faster, and that's something that has been part of our goals and objectives, and with we will be able to do that. The governor issued an executive order that extended the grace period for second quarter taxes, and the Township Committee on May 4th met to enact that. Wanted to let the Township Committee know and our residents know that our residents have been very, very good. The majority have paid their taxes during the period between May 1st and May 11th. So we have about 2.63% of our collection is running behind. So we anticipate that that's the amount that will take advantage of the extended grace period from May 11th through June 1st. So wanted the Township Committee to know about that. And then on Monday, just with the pandemic, things are changing with deliveries, and the Postal Service wasn't able to deliver mail on Tuesday before the building closed. So about 5 o'clock, we had 2 staff members that were leaving. They saw 2 mail trucks pulling up, and they stopped and they talked to the post office, the 2 gents that were driving the trucks, and they accepted the mail, brought it in so that we would be able to process mail for our residents on the next morning, and this way the mail wouldn't have to go back to the post office and then be redelivered either on Tuesday or Wednesday. But I wanted to give a shout out to Jeannie and to Ann, who just could have driven by and not stopped, but they stopped. This was after 5 o'clock, and made that extra effort so that we would be able to take care of business and to better serve our residents. The last thing I wanted to do is I wanted to thank all of the members of the Township Committee for taking the GIF training webinar. So because the Township Committee members have done that, the Township's premiums in 2021 will be reduced by $1,500. So you were able to get some training, and we were able to reduce our premiums by $1,500. So thank you for your efforts, and that's my report.
Thank you, Bob. Okay, the next item on our agenda is the public hearing regarding the Comcast franchise agreement. And Albert, I'll recognize you to start us off.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. As you indicated, today is the public hearing on the Comcast cable franchise renewal within the Township of Chatham. The cable franchise is about to expire, and a franchise is the right of a public utility or a cable company to use the rights of way within the municipality to service their customers. That is, periodically, this issue comes before the Township Committee. These franchises are usually for 10, 15-year periods. In this particular case, the franchise that's expiring is a 15-year period. And it is now time to go through that process and hear residents' concerns, comments regarding the service that is received by Comcast. I see Mr. Smith on the screen, and I'm going to ask him before, Mayor, with your permission, before you call upon the public, to ask Mr. Smith to say a few words and give a little further background. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Albert. Yes, if we could ask Mr. Smith to, who is representing Comcast, to take the floor. Thank you.
Thank you, Mayor. Good evening, and can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Okay. Good evening. Thank you, Mayor, and members of the governing body. My name is Charles Smith, and I am the Senior Director of Government and Regulatory Affairs for Comcast Freedom Region Systems here in Northern New Jersey. I have a prepared statement that I would like to read into the record, and then I would answer some questions or answer any questions that you or the council, the committee may have, or members of the public. We are in the final stages of the cable television franchise renewal process, which is governed by both federal and state statutes and regulations. Comcast began the renewal process on or about June 17th, 2017, by sending a letter to the Township indicating our intention to seek renewal of our non-exclusive franchise under Section 626A of the Cable Communications Policy Acts of 1984 and 1996. Following the state's timeline, Comcast filed an application for renewal of municipal consent on or about August 20th, 2019. That application has been available for public inspection in the clerk's office. Tonight's hearing is on that application. No action of the council is required this evening. However, tonight's hearing is an opportunity to hear from both the governing body and the public. And if Mr. Cruz has not told you yet, he will tell you that the governing body must base its franchise renewal decision on the answers to 4 questions. 1, has the cable operator substantially complied with the material terms of the existing franchise and applicable laws? 2, has the quality of the operator's service, including signal quality, response to consumer complaints, and billing practices, been reasonable in light of community needs? 3, does the operator have the financial, legal, and technical ability to provide the facilities and equipment it is proposing to provide? And 4, is the cable operator's franchise renewal proposal reasonable to meet the future cable-related needs and interests of the community, taking into account the cost of meeting such needs and interests? 2 areas the governing body may not consider in deciding whether or not to renew the franchise are rates. Rates are governed by state and federal statutes and are outside of the municipality's authority. Programming. The channel lineup is protected under the First Amendment, just as is the content of a newspaper. However, nothing precludes the public or the governing body from commenting on rates and programming, so such commentary cannot be factored into the municipality's decision to renew or not renew. That concludes my prepared remarks, and I would be happy to respond to any questions that the committee may have, or members of the public.
Very good. We'll start off with the committee. Does anyone have any questions or comments at this point?
If I can just clarify, Mr. Smith, we're talking about the service that you provide to a certain portion of our residents. Am I correct?
We're talking about cable television service that we provide to Chatham Township, correct?
To our residents.
Yes.
Right. That's an unenviable position because people are they're always shaking their fist at something, most specifically their cable service. So God bless. Thank you very much for clarifying that.
Yeah.
I'd just like to say thank you, Mr. Smith, for your patience with us as we have been dealing with this for more than a year now. I'd like to give a big thank you to Tom Salvis, who has kept track of all of this in folders and binders and has come forward with our initial ability to broadcast these meetings by working with Comcast to receive a stipend to purchase equipment. And I believe that is part of our agreement that is going to continue. And we'll be able to purchase new equipment because our equipment is very old and we're having difficulty servicing that equipment, and then providing any additional content to you. So I appreciate that you worked with us to do this, that you'll be helping us purchase new equipment, and for Tom Salvis for hanging in there all of these years. So thank you.
I would agree, Mr. Salvis, and the township's access channel is probably one of the better run access channels in the state. It's run very well.
He'll be very happy to hear that.
Yes, thank you for saying that, and Tom Salvis does deserve a lot of credit for getting us where we are today. Very good. Is there any other questions from the Township Committee?
Yeah, sorry, I have a question.
Sure.
Mr. Smith, listening to your four criteria that the committee are supposed to consider, do you have the data, the statistics in terms of the number of calls, the number of issues and the response time and things of that nature? So at least we have that information when we are, evaluating the request.
Yeah, the New Jersey Board of Public Utilities is the official complaint officer, if you will, for the municipality. And if you were to ask them to provide how many complaints they have received or issues that they've received regarding Comcast and their resolution, they would be able to send you that information. But the Board of Public Utilities is the official complaint officer for the municipality.
So when our residents have issues, whether it's slow internet speed or they want to see ESPN 6 through 12 added to their package, they call you though. This is an issue between our residents and you.
Well, that is correct. I mean, when there's, if there's a service issue, like a service goes out or that sort of thing, or if they want to add channels or change their packages, absolutely, they do call us. But we receive millions of calls, and not every call is a complaint. It's about an issue to be resolved. But the complaints that are logged by the BPU are the serious complaints that residents may have about Comcast. And they do provide that information, and relatively quickly when you ask them for it.
Mm-hmm. Does that make sense, Stacy?
Well, if he certainly is getting the service calls, as you had asked about, Karen, if you have that information for Chatham Township, we'd love to see what that, looks like in terms of service calls and response times. Because, when following up what Karen said, you guys are answering the calls, so you have to have a sense of, and I'm sure in terms of performance within your organization, you're looking at that. So if you have something, that would be information I think would be important for the committee to have on behalf of the residents to keep an eye on.
Yeah, that, I mean, certainly, internal performance measures, metrics that we do internally, we generally don't make that information available to the public. Again, bad stuff, the complaints, do go to the BPU, and that would be the proper source to get that information.
Mr. Mayor, if I may address the question. I think it's the difference between a service inquiry and a formal complaint about the service. So the BPU, the Board of Public Utilities, is the complaint officer for the Township of Chatham. And I do have a summary of the various complaints that have been submitted to the BPU by Township residents. So I have a computer printout of the various categories, and I can share that with the Township Committee before the next meeting or before the time that you will be taking action. No action, as Mr. Smith said, is anticipated or asked of you tonight. At some point within the immediate future, there will be a cable refranchise ordinance before you. Mr. Smith and I have been discussing, and at that point, that is the actual cable franchise. It's sometimes called a cable agreement or franchise agreement, but it's really an ordinance that sets forth the terms and conditions under which Comcast will provide service to the municipality. But I will share that computer printout that I received from the Board of Public Utilities for the Township Committee.
Wonderful, thank you.
Thank you, Albert.
I'll just say yes, Mr. Cruz and I have been communicating with each other over the last several months. And I'm sure that, we will resolve all of our issues regarding the franchise shortly. I'm looking forward to that.
Very good.
To ask if any public.
Yes, next step is to open it up to the public. If there's anyone with any questions or concerns regarding their Comcast cable service. Now would be the time to raise your hands.
And if anyone who's participating by dial-in, if you have a question, please press *9 in order to do the hand raising. Mr. Mayor?
Yes, Bob.
We have a legitimate live hand raising.
I have a microphone here if you want to.
Please give your name to start off with.
Ed Barmakian, Tap into Chatham.
Thank you, Ed.
Can you please provide any details of this agreement? When does it start? How long is it for? Who's paying who, etc.? Okay, I'm trying to ask for the details of the renewal that is being considered, how long it is, when it starts, who's paying who, etc.
Some of that is premature, Ed, in that those are still being negotiated. This is one of the early stages of this stage of the negotiations to obtain the public feedback. But let me ask if there is any answers. The length of the contract, for example, and any other aspects of it that are agreed upon yet?
The term of the franchise is negotiable, and that's something that Mr. Cruz and I are talking about now. I would say that the current franchise does expire on May 16th, 2020. But as long as we are engaged in the franchise renewal, there's no penalty when the franchise expires. Obviously, Comcast will continue to provide service to the residents, and we will work to resolve the renewal process and coming to an agreement on the next franchise.
Thank you, Mr. Smith. I see a hand up. I would recognize Dan Miller to take the floor.
Yes. Dan Miller, Green Village Road. What does this include? Construction projects? Does it include upgrades to our facilities here in town, such as our police department, our town hall, free of charge, included in the contract?
Those types of courtesy services are negotiable items within the franchise. And as again, Mr. Cruz and I are discussing all of those things.
Okay, I would think that to our elected officials, that it is upon them, especially in these serious budgetary times, that we negotiate these items and get Comcast to foot some of the bill here to offset some of the costs to our residents here in town, and the forward going negotiations for the contract. And did you address any construction?
Certainly, how we do construction within the municipality. Certainly, we follow all of the permitting rules and regulations that the municipality has in place. Certainly we'll continue to do that.
Okay, well, I can just urge that I hope you hold yourselves to a higher standard than PSC&G. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. We'll wait a moment to see if anyone else raises their hands. Seeing no one, we will close that public hearing. Mr. Smith, thank you very much for making yourself available tonight. We appreciate the explanation to the Township Committee and to our residents. And we look forward to wrapping up the negotiations in a way that works to everyone's advantage.
Thank you very much, and thank you for allowing me to address the committee and the residents this evening.
Thanks for making the trip.
So, yeah, well, I cover all of North Jersey, so not having to travel in the evenings is somewhat of a blessing. But Thank you
Silver
very much.
lining.
And I look forward to speaking with Mr. Cruz, and we will get it done. I'm certain of that.
Thank you, Mr. Smith.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Have a good night.
And you too. All right, we are moving on. Public hearings, final adoption of ordinances. Greg, would you read the title to this first ordinance, please? Yes, no, 04.
I can't hear Greg at all.
Very good.
Give me a sec.
Okay. We're retrieving it. This is the ordinance 2020-04, amending the skate park redevelopment ordinance of 2018-22. And this is one of the ordinances that's going to be carried till May 28th with the public hearing continuing. In layman's terms, and maybe Albert, if you could maybe, rather than trying to explain it in layman's terms, maybe I'll ask you to please go and explain it in legal terms while we're getting ready to read the title.
Got the title when you're ready?
Okay, Albert, wait a second while we read the title. Go ahead, Greg, please.
It's an ordinance of the Township of Chatham, County of Morris, State of New Jersey, amending ordinance 2018-22, which adopted a redevelopment plan for a 3.8 acre portion of block 48.16, lot 117.27, for the development of low and moderate income housing, to amend the redevelopment plan to provide for the redevelopment area consists of two parts. Part A consisting of 3.04 acres to be conveyed to Southern Boulevard Urban Renewal LLC, and Part B consisting of 2.76 acres to be retained by the Township of Chatham.
Thank you, Greg. Albert, could I ask you to give a brief description of that?
Yes, Mr. Mayor. I think it's been covered by the title of the ordinance. Right now, it is one lot. The redevelopment area consists of the skate park and vacant area next to the police department. This ordinance separates that redevelopment area into two parts, Part A, Part B. Part A will be conveyed to the redeveloper for the Arbor Glen 24-unit affordable housing development, and Part B will be retained by the municipality. The original redevelopment plan was for one property, for the entire property to be conveyed to the redeveloper, including the area of the skate park. But as things have developed in the last year and a quarter, that was reconsidered, and that redevelopment area is now to be divided into two parts. This ordinance was introduced several months ago, and it's been carried from meeting to meeting in order to give the planning board an opportunity to review the ordinance and determine whether it's consistent or substantially consistent with the master plan. And I understand, as you said, Mr. Mayor, that on May 18th, on Monday, the planning board will review that. I view it primarily as an administrative refinement of the redevelopment plan in order to allow the township to retain a portion of that property consisting of 2.76 acres.
Thank you, Albert. Any questions or comments from anyone on the Township Committee?
I do have a question. Does this ordinance talk about potential uses for it? Is there any requirement that it remains a skate park? Does it have any additional impact on the wetlands buffer? Can you just explain that, Albert, in terms of going forward once this area is declared an area of redevelopment?
Well, the area has already been declared an area in need of redevelopment, and that designation will continue going forward.
Right.
This ordinance has no impact on the wetlands. The wetlands are what the DEP determined they are. So this ordinance does not address that.
Albert, if you could just speak a little bit closer into your microphone, if you would. We're hearing you on Zoom, I think, very well, but possibly not over the cable TV.
This ordinance doesn't impact the wetlands. That determination's been made by the Department of Environmental Protection. The ordinance specifically says that it is used for municipal purposes, including affordable housing. So the general rubric is municipal purposes, including affordable housing. The wetlands will govern how much of that property can or cannot be developed. The municipality may be able to get a wetlands redevelopment permit for the area of the skate park, but that is still something that is being worked on and no final decision's been made. So again, it's making the skate park conforming to what the planning board approved. So it mirrors the planning board approval for the Arbor Green development. The remainder of the property is then to be retained by the township.
Right. And when it is retained by the township, there are no uses named in what we're talking about.
Municipal purposes, including affordable housing.
Okay.
Yeah, simply put, this modification is taking, previously we were conveying approximately 3 acres to the developer for the redevelopment plan, and now we're only conveying an acre. That's really what's happening, is that we're reducing that area that's being conveyed to the developer. And the area that's not going to be conveyed is the skate park area, which the township can use for multiple purposes.
Thanks, guys.
Good. Any other questions from Township Committee members? I would like to open up the public hearing to the public. If anyone has any questions, please raise your hand. Dan Miller, I would recognize you you have the floor.
Thank you. First off, I have a question of how much of the land retained does sit in the wetlands area, and could John maybe shed some light on, what portion of it today, without any special permitting, is useful?
Dan, the area that's not being conveyed is basically encompassed by wetland buffer. That's the area that's not being conveyed, and the area can still be redeveloped as under a redevelopment permit from the DEP because of the presence of the skate park, the existing impervious surface. So any development within the area that the town is going to retain does need a DEP permit.
And how deep do those permits go? Is it the simple permit? Is it deeper permits? How great are those wetlands, and what is the probability that we could get permits?
Nothing's ever simple with the DEP, so everything takes time and effort to get a permit from the DEP. We've already had discussions with the DEP regarding a redevelopment permit, recognizing that the skate park pavement is there and it would constitute a redevelopment. So yes, we believe that a housing development or just leaving the skate park as is an acceptable, doesn't need any permitting. It's grandfathered in, so the skate park can continue to operate as is without any permits.
Right, I was looking to the future, and I will just say, I would just like to say beyond that as far as this or anything else that it could be remotely considered doing with affordable housing, given that we don't have adequate opportunity for the public to weigh in, all this should be tabled. The township committee should really simply be paying the bills and going home and waiting so that the rest of the township can weigh in on these matters. Thank you.
Good. I will recognize the next person with hands up. If you could please begin by stating your name and your address. Thank you very much.
Hi. Can you hear me? My name is Niels Klarlund.
Yes, we can hear you. Thank you very much.
Thanks. Am I on video as well?
No.
Oh, okay, thank you. I live on 504 River Road. It turns out that we are being more and more impacted by decisions that you are about to make. And so I will actually support Dan Miller's comment because I think the situation is here that the township is currently trying to slice and dice the area that was meant to be developed for affordable housing for the last 20 years. I am very upset about this. It turns out that you now are contemplating developing 10 acres, as far as I can see, of property on River Road. This is just about 50 yards over from where I live.
Mr. Nils, this is a public hearing on a specific ordinance.
Yes.
There will be time later in the agenda to discuss other aspects of the affordable housing issue, but this is a public hearing just on this decision to redraw the line, the property line for the Arbor Green development at between the skate park and the police department. And what it boils down to is that we're giving less property to the developer and we're retaining more property for the township. Even we don't have any plans for it at this point, and much of it is within the wetlands buffer area. However, the bottom line is that we are keeping control of this property for the township, and that includes the skate park at this point, which has been a very popular issue for many people. So again, there's no plans, and actually skate parks are closed under governor's executive orders at the moment, but I just wanted to clarify what this particular ordinance deals with and make the point that this public hearing, the purpose is to focus on this ordinance.
Thank you.
Is Mr. Nils, you're finished?
Yes.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you. The floor is open for anyone else if they are interested in this ordinance. Seeing no one, we are not going to close the public hearing, but we will carry it until the next meeting on the 28th. The next item on the agenda is ordinance 2020-06. And Greg, if I could ask you to read the title of that ordinance.
Bond ordinance to authorize the making of various various public improvements and the acquisition of new, additional, or replacement equipment and machinery, new information technology equipment, and a new automotive vehicle, including original apparatus and equipment, in, by, and for the Township of Chatham and the County of Morris, State of New Jersey, to appropriate the sum of $1,590,000 to pay the cost thereof, and to make a down payment to authorize the issuance of bonds to finance such appropriation, and to provide for the issuance of bond anticipation notes in anticipation of the issuance of such bonds. And when we get to the public hearing, just as a reminder to the public participating through Zoom, please use the raise hand feature if you have any comments to make when we get to the when the floor is opened.
Very good. And I will make the point that this is the ordinance that is non-affordable housing related, and we will be closing the public hearing on this one and asking the Township Committee for a vote at the end of this public hearing on this one. But Bob, do you have any comments to make on this?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Mayor. This ordinance is critical to the operation of the township. One of the key items in this area is Section G, which is the acquisition of breathing apparatus for the Green Village Fire Department. Their breathing packs will not meet standards sometime this summer. So this is a programmed expense so that we can keep our volunteers safe. So this is one of the key areas for this ordinance. And then the other aspects are this includes road paving for the township. So.
Thank you, Bob. I'll open it up for the public hearing, up for any comments or questions by the Township Committee members. Hearing no one at the moment, we'll open it up to the public. If there's anyone with a question regarding the multi-purpose bond ordinance, the microphone is open. Seeing no one? Seeing no one, we'll close the public hearing. Greg, well, actually, can I have a motion for approval of this bond ordinance?
So moved.
Thank you. And a second? And a second?
Second.
Very good.
Second, sorry.
Greg, could we have the roll call?
Mrs. Ewald?
Yes.
Mrs. Monaco?
Yes.
Mrs. Schwartz?
Yes.
Deputy Mayor Ness?
Yes.
And Mayor Kelly?
Yes.
Motion passes.
Very good. Thank
Can
you
we
very much.
just, can I just entertain a bit of a sound check where I'm getting messages from people saying that they can't hear Bob or Greg, so we're trying out one of the Dias microphones. Do you want to?
Can you hear me? Check, check. This is for Kenny Rogers' cover band concert.
If anybody cannot hear Bob, we've switched out the microphone. We understand that the microphone at the table is not working well, and that neither is Greg's microphone, so we're switching out microphones. I'm hearing it sounds far away. Can you just say?
Hello. While we're doing this check, this is probably a good time to let the members of the Township Committee know, as well as our public, that we have had audio professionals come in this past Monday from Gramco. They have helped us diagnose this problem, and they're going to be providing us with a proposal that we will be able to study and then hopefully implement over the next few meetings. Can you hear me?
And I would just take this opportunity to say that I think part of the complication is that we're running a hybrid system here. We're coming to you on the Zoom platform, but we're also maintaining our cable channel platform as well to make it to give the audience the extra opportunity. Some who are more comfortable or have the technology at home only for one or the other. So the question or the issue sometimes come up in marrying those two systems together. But the intent is to try to expand the ways of getting the word out. So I appreciate your patience, and Bob, appreciate you juggling microphones over there.
And I now have one of the lapel mics, so if anyone listening in Zoom land wants to put a comment in the chat to see if this sounds any better. Otherwise, I'm perfectly happy to hide in the background.
Thank you, Greg.
Hope
Yeah,
that was a
Greg
good
intended
comment.
to be heard. Yeah, I couldn't hear Greg very well that time. If that was the fix, it didn't work for me.
Me either.
Are you? Is it turned on back here, Greg? Actually, I heard you.
So this is with the lapel mic,
It's a little better.
and this is with the normal table mic.
Do you have two?
Yes, he does.
I can use both at the same time. I'm that ambidextrous.
All right, very good. Moving forward, we are coming up to Bond Ordinance 2020-07. Greg, could you read the title for that?
Bond ordinance to authorize the acquisition of real property for affordable housing purposes in, by, and for the Township of Chatham in the County of Morris, State of New Jersey, to appropriate the sum of $600,000 to pay the cost thereof, to make a down payment, to authorize the issuance of bonds to finance such appropriation, and to provide for the issuance of bond anticipation notes in anticipation of the issuance of such bonds.
Thank you, Greg. Do we have any questions from the Township Committee? This is one of those ordinances that we will be carrying to the public hearing to May 28th. We'll leave the public hearing open, but this is the first of multiple opportunities to discuss this. Again, anyone on the Township Committee or on the panel here that has anything to say before we open it up?
Just to make things clear, you're going to have a presentation with concept plans on May 28th it was for the group homes, correct?
Yes, it is. So
Okay.
next meeting on the 28th, there'll be a presentation. So there'll be more details then, and again, an opportunity to ask questions and make comments as well.
Thank you.
Okay, at this point, we will open it up for public comments from the audience. Dan Miller, I see, is the first hand up, so we will recognize Dan Miller. Thank you.
Okay, Dan Miller, Green Village.
Mr. Mayor, before Mr. Miller starts, Ms. Schwartz has to recuse herself from these ordinances, from the 3 affordable housing ordinances.
Thank you, Albert. And thank you, Karen, for all of your contributions. And so this recusal would apply to the next couple of ordinances as well.
In terms of commenting and voting as a member of the committee, correct? But not in terms of acting as a member of the public, so I'm free to remain in the meeting, so to speak.
Correct. We're treating this as if you are now sitting in the audience behind the bar there.
Very good.
Thank you very much. Very good. Dan, the floor is yours.
Okay, thank you. First, I'd like to start with no action should be taken on any of this whatsoever. And in these times, when we are looking at 20 to 30% unemployment throughout our nation, we don't know what those unemployment numbers are here in our town. I think it's a smack in the face to the residents of this town to be taking this money and appropriating it towards the purchase of property. How about taking some of this money and giving some relief to the residents of the township, the taxpayers of this township, instead of costing them more and more money when so many people right now aren't working? And it is an abomination to try to sell the public on the fact that this must move forward in the face of the pandemic that we have now. Not only is Governor Murphy running to the federal government saying we don't have any money, but Chatham Township acts as if we have the deepest pockets going. I mean, if that isn't holding your nose in the air and saying we are above it all, I don't know what is. And I think that this township committee should put all of this on the table, go to the courts, tell the courts, we do not have the ways and means to acquire property. We don't believe that it's correct to acquire property at this point in time, given the tragedies that our citizens are going through, along with all the citizens of our state, nation, and everywhere else in the world. And to continue to push and push and push and purchase property and spend taxpayer dollars, for things that are going to continue to cost the taxpayers for years and years and years to come is a tragedy. It's a disrespect of the taxpaying public. And I think our newest members of this township committee should look at themselves and say, is this really right? Is this the thing we really want to do? We should hold off. We should not purchase these properties, and we should tell the courts that we are in no position whatsoever to move forward with affordable housing at this point in time. And to not do that is looking your residents in the eyes and saying, we don't really give a damn about you. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Miller. The next person with their hand up, I can only see a phone number, so if you could please begin with your name and address, we'd appreciate it. phone number.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes.
Hi, okay, good evening. Thank you for taking my phone call. And I want to thank you all for tackling this affordable housing issue.
Could I ask you to
On
start
behalf
with your name and address, please?
I'm sorry, my name is Alicia Murray,
Thank you.
and I'm at 55 Southern. Okay, and again, I want to thank you all for tackling this affordable housing issue on behalf of all our residents. I know it's a very difficult issue, but at the same time, it is necessary because we are instructed by the state to do so. I'm actually kind of do agree with the caller before me, saying that due to our climate, that it just seems that I can't believe the state is requiring us to take taxpayer dollars and to be purchasing property. But anyway, aside from that, I wanted to let you know that I am a big supporter of affordable housing through my work with a nonprofit organization. We assist in helping people in Chatham Township when they fall upon hard times and they need temporary financial assistance, say with gas, electric bills, etc. I've actually tried to place some township residents in the current existing affordable housing units that you have with the Piazza and Company in Princeton. I'm not sure if I'm saying their name correctly, but I believe they currently run the 72 condos down on River Road that I've seen you all speak about. When I called to ask them to try to help me with some resident, I was told that there was a 6 to 8 year wait. So I believe that we do need to have affordable housing in our area. My question to you is the units at 62 units on River Road, are they going to be rental or owned?
They will be rental.
Rental. And how about the 24 units on Southern Boulevard, rental or available for sale?
They will be rental as well.
Okay. All right. So now you're also having these group homes with 4 possible locations. Gibbons Place, you currently own that property. At 344 Hillside, you're going to rezone that. Okay. I always thought that that was part of the agreement way back when we did purchase Dixie-Dale Farms or whatever it was. Now you have another site of 76 Southern with, you're looking for a $600,000 bond and then 587 Fairmount. And you're looking for more money to purchase these. My question is, I know you recently said that these group homes would be for residents who are developmentally or physically impaired. But I did read in the Chatham Courier that the group homes could be for that as well as military vets. Is that still the possibility?
No, we negotiated a veterans preference for the rental affordable housing. That would not apply to the group homes. This is the determining factor for the group homes would be the disabilities.
Okay. All right. So nowhere, like in the definition in the state of New Jersey, it could either go between developmentally impaired or physically impaired, or I know some group homes consist of people that have, alcohol and, rehab facilities. The 3 facilities that you're looking to put are only for developmentally and physically impaired.
That is correct. And we'll have more information on
Okay.
that at the public hearing coming up at the next meeting, when we will have the presentation on the physical appearance of the building and then the procedures on how it will be run and for whom it will be run for.
Okay. But so my problem or my concern that I have and that I do oppose is the location at 76 Southern Boulevard site for several reasons. Number one, I am concerned about the potential traffic issues and the traffic safety issues. We currently have an affordable, a group home at 371 Fairmount. These people, I drive by there, constantly, and I see there's up to 6 cars in a parking spot. Some of the cars are parking over into the bicycle lane, was what I call it, out of the driveway. And they're consisting of their nurses, their aides, the social workers that they have there in and out throughout the day. And an issue that I also have with that is that they're also parking on the street on Fairmont Avenue. The nonprofits' white vans park right on Fairmont Avenue. And to have that being on Southern Boulevard is a concern. Has there been any traffic safety studies done with the addition of the affordable housing at the end of Southern Boulevard and here at 76?
We would share your concern for anything that negatively affected the safety. And we are, I guess my recommendation would be that those are the kinds of specific questions that we hope to answer at the next meeting. We expect to be looking at some conceptual site plan designs that would, I think, shed light on the whole traffic safety matter. Certainly our goal with 76 Southern Boulevard is to design that building and hold it to the standards that would be equivalent to what a private home would be able, a private home builder would be able to build on that same site, and the kinds of cars that would come in and out. We certainly are looking to maximize the safety of everybody concerned. Okay,
all right. Now the other issue that the reason I oppose it is there is that other group home at 371 Fairmount. So you're talking about spending our taxpayers' money for another group home, which is located 1,100 to 1,200 feet away. This does not seem like a fair and equitable distribution of group homes in the town of Chatham, which is approximately 9 to 10 miles in size. I honestly don't know how that you all could make a decision in thinking that the residents in that area should just accept the fact that we're going to have two group homes within 11 to 1,200 feet of each other. I always thought that affordable housing, we were going to spread the risk more evenly throughout the town. And this is somewhat of a concern. And then you have 371 Fairmount, and then you have 587 Fairmount, and they're 5,000 feet away. Again, we have this little triangle where it doesn't seem like we are spreading our exposures of group homes throughout the town evenly. You do already own Gibbons Place. So why take taxpayers' money, given this current environment that we're in, to purchase additional land when we can use another piece of land that you own? I'm just a little concerned about that. I'm very disheartened to think that the mayor would feel that having two group homes so close to each other should be acceptable. So I'm asking you, Mayor, do you feel that it is fair that there be two group homes within 11 to 1,200 feet apart?
I'll address the other one on Fairmont Avenue first, because I think that's the easiest one to respond. That is a mile down Fairmont Avenue, and I certainly feel
it's
that
11 to 1,200 feet. It's not a mile. Are you talking about the 5,000 feet from 371 to 587? Yes, 5,000 feet is a mile. Correct.
Yes, correct. So I think that I just want to point out that convert those feet to in terms of a mile as well. The distance between the two, the existing group home that you mentioned and the 76 Southern Boulevard site is a quarter mile. Again, to convert
it's 11 to 1,200 feet max. It's in between, but I'll give you 1,200 feet. And 1,200 feet is 1,200 feet. And I'm just a little perplexed that it's that close and confused.
Mm-hmm. We are
so help me be comfortable with it.
Okay. We'll have more details at the next meeting, but I think that what we are looking for is a house that looks in every way like a private residence that could be built on that site. And that is our goal. And I think that if we can, as we move forward with these public hearings and presentations, as we feel comfortable with that, I think that this site could actually be very, very appropriate for this kind of a use. But I'm looking forward to asking some tough questions of our experts when they come in at the next meeting as well.
Well, that doesn't have to deal with anything, the fact that it's still 1,200 feet away. It just does not seem that that is fair, equitable distribution throughout Chatham Township for your group homes. So I'm urging you not to purchase the 76 Southern Boulevard location site for a group home. I'm urging you to spread the exposures throughout the town more evenly and suggesting that you take a look at the other locations. I'm also would agree with, again, the gentleman before me that I'm a little concerned that we're taking taxpayers' dollars, going to buy this land. You already own land on Gibbons Place, but you want to buy another piece of property, and then you have to do the other one on River Road. That you have a loss of potential revenues coming in for 2020. What's going to happen to our taxes in 2021? Where are we going to get our money? We don't know what lies ahead. There's so much uncertainty in the world right now. And I want to feel comfortable with what you want to do. And the location doesn't seem right. It doesn't seem right to spend the money. And there are other options.
Okay,
so
Ms.
I
Curry?
would just, again.
Okay. We limit each of our speakers to 5 minutes, so I'm going to thank you
That's
at
fine.
this point.
Thank you for listening to me. Thank you.
Thank you.
Can I just address the locations?
Yes, please.
I just wanted to address some of the questions about the locations and why they ended up being where they are. So we looked at locations out in Green Village. We looked at locations out in further down on Southern. There was an additional location on River Road. There were multiple properties that were brought before us that most of which did not work out because of wetlands issues, and they were not going to be able to be built upon, or they required, other things that were not going to meet the needs of the population. So one of the definitions of group homes is that they have to be in a neighborhood. The idea is to allow people to live a semi-independent life within a neighborhood setting, and so that's one of the criteria. So, and then the other concern, Alicia, that you raised was the cost. So we're extremely cognizant of the cost. And so where do you find properties that are sub 600,000 in the township? It's very difficult to do. So when we found these properties, these were ones that would be suitable. They would fit the criteria for what a group home is supposed to be. So they would be approved as a group home because court is still looking at what we're doing in terms of how we're placing homes and doing these things. And it fit the budget that we can't buy a property for $750,000. There was one that was potentially made available to us. Actually, I think it was closer to $800,000. But we are erring on trying to purchase the land as inexpensively as we can, but still have enough land appropriate so that we can build the home, have the turnaround driveways, and do that. So unfortunately, we did look to try and spread the homes out throughout the township. And those other properties just did not work out from a wetland standpoint and a usage standpoint. And this is what we ended up having. So I just wanted to put, and I think with regards to Gibbons Place, we're going to be discussing that a little later as to what the issues are with Gibbons Place.
Very good. Thank you, Tracy.
Mr. Mayor, as I sit here watching the screen, because Ms. Schwartz is recused herself, she should shut off her camera This way she can listen, but it doesn't appear as she's part of the dais. Okay, so if you would shut off your camera, that would be good. Keep your microphone on so you can hear.
Karen, if you're able to hear Albert?
I can hear him, but I thought that I'm just trying to figure out what I did with myself. There, okay, there I am. And there we go.
Good, thank you.
No
Thank
problem.
you.
Okay, and I can mute myself too. You probably didn't know that.
Very good. Ashley Felice, you are the next in line with your hand up. If the floor is yours.
Great, thanks. Am I on?
Yes, you are.
Okay, thanks. I'm at 20 Candace, as you probably know. I'd like to start by reiterating that I, as well as many other residents that have reached out to me during this COVID-19 quarantine, are very disappointed that the committee continues to push this agenda forward full steam ahead when the residents that are being severely impacted by these decisions don't have the adequate opportunity to properly come forward and have their concerns heard. I do not believe the manner in which these impactful and non-essential decisions are being made satisfies the requirements of the Open Public Meetings Act. I have read your opinion on it, and frankly, I just think it's wrong. I think you have twisted the various directives that are being given out by the state to conform to your agenda. Telling residents that affordable housing is an essential service, therefore we are obligated to continue to meet on these items, is flat out inaccurate. While construction of currently underway affordable housing projects can be deemed essential and allowed to continue, that is not what is going on here. The fact that you guys refused to request a stay on our township compliance with the 2018 settlement agreement until this epidemic is over and we can go back to business as usual is one of the most perplexing things I have seen yet come out of this committee. Approving a 12% tax increase to the residents, as well as planning to deplete our $3.5 million surplus down to less than $500,000 in a time when a global crisis will most likely have material impacts on the next 12 to 24 months of projected revenue the township will need to operate is completely irresponsible and most likely will lead to further tax increases on all residents for years to come. When other towns have halted all non-essential spending, you guys are out playing property developer, acquiring land all over town to fit the affordable housing agenda. You decided that was best for the township of Chatham, not one that is actually mandated by any law. The most recent proposal is the most concerning of all, acquiring more land on River Road to expand the footprint of the high-density, multifamily, all-rental, affordable housing development is going to have a lasting impact on the entire town. It's nice that the owner of the lot you're acquiring is monetizing their assets and moving on.
Ms. Felice,
The rest of the River Road residents, what are you doing for them? Are you going to offer them all cash payments for the difference in property value they will be left with?
Mrs. Felice, could you please keep the focus on this ordinance, which is 76 Southern Boulevard? There'll be other opportunities to talk about other ones, but there are people behind you with their hands raised, and I'd like to keep the focus on this tightly.
Mr. Kelly, you just muted me. I can't continue talking. I can't really continue my
No,
speech.
I just needed to get that comment in there.
That's what I'm talking about. I'm talking about the action on River Road. That's exactly what I'm talking about.
That's right.
It's
that is
all intertwined. I don't understand why you're objecting to it.
This ordinance is 76 Southern Boulevard. And this is the time.
But it's all intertwined. If you're building on River, you're not building on Southern. It's all affordable housing. It's all one topic. You're spending money here, you're spending money there. It's all the same subject matter.
Okay,
How can you possibly say that this is not one subject? And you're muting me because you're not liking what I'm saying. That's not okay.
No, I can hear you. I can hear you loud and clear.
But
The,
nobody else can because you muted me.
We can all hear you.
Before you couldn't because you muted me.
Yeah, we
No.
could.
no, we could hear you, but if you could, you have,
Can I finish? Because I still
Yeah.
have the remaining of my 5 minutes.
you have 1 minute left on your 5 minutes. If you
Right.
keep
So
the focus
where?
on
So
the
I don't
subject.
even remember. Well, you took the last 2 minutes. So can I get that back?
If you keep it on 76, please keep the focus
It's
there.
the whole, the entire topic of everything that I'm saying is on affordable housing. So that's all intertwined. I can assure you on that. I don't understand what you're doing to the River Road residents. That's my concern. I think it's nice that the owner of the lot that you are buying the property from has monetized their assets and moved on, as they should. But what are you doing for the rest of the River Road residents? That's what I don't understand. Are you going to offer them all cash payments for the difference in property value they will be left with after this is built? Are you offering to have their properties reassessed and lower their taxes? Further to that, have you stopped to think about the long-term impact this development will have on the 2025 unmet need calculation? Now that we will most likely be adding an adequate sewer line onto the River Road, you have essentially opened up the entire ridge to be developed into multifamily properties. Do you think fair share housing is not going to factor that into their demands in 2025 when they come back for round 4 of this ridiculousness? By expanding the footprint of this development, you are screwing over the current residents of River Road and now the rest of the township residents in 2025. I end on this plea I have made several times since this crisis has started. Stop charging forward with this unpopular agenda during a time when the residents can't give adequate input. Don't tell us that 4 more Zoom meetings on the subject is adequate, because it's not. Tell the judge that the township cannot comply with the current timeline of the settlement agreement that was entered into prior to the current global pandemic. Everyone knows that that's a factual statement and can't be reasonably argued against. If
Thank
the
you,
worst
Ms.
thing
Felice.
that comes out of this is he
I'm going
says
to
no,
ask you to
at
end,
least you can
Mrs.
then
Felice.
tell all of them that
are-
you tried. But currently you can't say that. I look forward to that message from the mayor, but I won't be waiting my breath on it.
Thank you very much.
You can mute me now.
Thank you very much.
Well, there's a lot to unpack there.
Yes, would anybody like to comment on that, or should we carry it forward to the ongoing public comment session as we go forward?
I think it was so far-ranging at that point that,
Okay. Okay.
I do want to address, though, that we are on our 4th continuance, and we have received a continuance in regards to the pandemic. And we're operating, we should have, from the 2018 settlement, have been completed the implementation phase of this in July of 2019. We were not able to do that. And with our own concerns and with the concerns voiced from residents, we are on our 4th continuance, and now we're heading into the May, June, July timeframe with hopes that we will be able to get back and have people participate in person. I know in my own personal business and for my husband and everybody else, that we're all working, we're all on Zoom calls. It's not the optimal, but we're doing it. And until the court tells us that we can't stop doing this, even though we have petitioned them, I know people like to say that we haven't, but we have. The documentation is number 55 on the website. And we are arguing this point, and we have argued it very strongly that we don't want to move forward with this, and we haven't gotten relief from that yet. So it's an issue that we're continuing with the courts and that we may not let up on yet. But we're in the implementation phase, and we are moving forward the best that we can. And with regards to surplus, I think that there has been some miscommunication with the surplus. Surplus is used every year. You can view all of the tax documentation and the budget presentations from the past 10 years on the website. You'll see that the surplus is consistently used to reduce the tax amount. This is not unusual. In fact, it's par for the course. In terms of the tax increase, yes, there are things that we're going to have to pay for that have not been paid for over time. And we will be looking at tax increases as we look to address infrastructure, as we look to implement affordable housing. That's not going to go away. That's going to be with us for the next couple of years. We need to address roads. We need to address repairs. We need to address a whole bunch of things that haven't been addressed. So I would urge you to go back and look at prior budgets and look at the way in which surplus was used. I think there's this idea that surplus gets built up over a large period of time and suddenly we're using this money, and you'll see that that's not the case. It's used every year. To the extent that we can continue to get kind of these continuances to see if we can get to a point somewhere where we can have residents back in the room, especially when these things go to the planning board, especially when River Road goes to the planning board, where the nuts and bolts really take place. I'm certainly would prefer that than this. This is not the easiest thing to do. We've gotten used to it, but it's not the easiest thing to do. And I would like to say that the purchase of the property that is across from the fire department, that is contiguous to the lot that we received through foreclosure, was a big get. It is going to make the affordable housing development there significantly better. We're going to be able to go to 2 buildings instead of having a 5-story building, and that was something that we've been working on since we had to switch to the River Road site after our hearing with the court where they disallowed Myersville Road. And that was something that's been going on for 2 months, plus 2 months. So we're hoping that that is going to make the building there much more palatable. I know it's not going to be great. I know not everyone's going to love it, but it does advance an opportunity for us to make that better. So that's what I wanted to say.
Very good. Thank you. We will return to public comment section, and the next person in line is Sarah Treacy. You have the floor.
Hello there, can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
Okay, Sarah Tracy, I live at number 3 Glenmere Drive, regarding number 76 Southern Boulevard and the proposed affordable housing there. Obviously, I just want to reiterate everything that's been said in the past. I know Alicia Murray's just been on, totally agree with her. I know Brian Fronatful was on last week as well, or the week before. Totally, you know, I don't want to go over everything that everybody's already said, but, you know, again, in this current climate, you know, why we're sort of like pressing ahead with this, I really don't understand. But all of my concerns with the one that is already on Fairmount Avenue, that is only like, you know, 1,100 feet away, which I'm fully aware of. I disagree with your comments, Mayor, that you made on April 23rd about you wouldn't even know that it was a group home. I'm fully aware it's a group home. I pass this on many occasions. There's many cars parked on the driveway there. I've seen minibuses unloading, loading on numerous occasions too, and it's on a very busy street. The same that could be said for 76 Southern Boulevard, very busy street. We're in a real traffic hotspot here. There's many accidents I've seen on the corner here. And so another concern of mine that I don't think it's really been mentioned is, you know, is Glenmere Drive going to become the overflow parking lot for 76 Southern Boulevard when their driveway is full with their carers, their you know, workmen, whatever, when they have visitors? Is Glenmere Drive going to become, you know, where everybody else is going to come and park? You know, then people are going to be crossing the street there. We have school buses stopping, starting there all the time. We have people coming around Southern Boulevard, coming around onto Glenmere Drive, and they're cutting the corner. It's just a real traffic hotspot. And I just think that this could cause, quite a dangerous situation if this is the case. So, like I say, with many cars parked on the driveway there. And I don't know, that this is another point that I really wanted to make to you, the committee, and, your thoughts on that too.
Okay, thank you very much, Ms. Tracy. I think we all would share the concern if there was spillover traffic onto a side street or parking, and certainly we don't want to see that as a pedestrian crossing. We are looking forward to seeing the actual conceptual plans next week, and I will add that concern to my list of questions to address at that point. So I appreciate you bringing that up.
Okay, and can I just say just one other thing, just a silly thing really, that, we had an 8-foot by 5-foot portico put on the front of our house that we needed variance for. I had to go and consult all of my neighbours, far and wide, people that couldn't even see this portico, to ask for their permission to be able to do it. I really find it bizarre and ludicrous that there is no variance required to build a whole house that is going to house, adults with, physical impaired or developmental skill, impairment, that surely when does some sort of common sense take place that to build an 8-foot by 5-foot portico on my house, I have to get specific planning permission for, yet to build a whole house, to accommodate these people that I'm sure, are very much in need of this, that we don't get some sort of say beforehand. It all just seems to be, a bit of a done deal.
Well, you make a couple of points there. The house part of it, certainly if this house was going to deviate from the zoning, that would have to be addressed, but that's not the case in this case. The house is a house, and we expect that it will comply with the zoning code. As far as the occupants of the house go, the state of New Jersey several decades ago adopted laws that required municipalities to allow group homes in any residential neighborhood. The feeling statewide was that the same point that you just made, that there's a deserving residence and a necessary type of a service, and that the state felt strongly enough about it that it defined them as a appropriate use for any residential neighborhood. And our goal as the Township Committee here in Chatham Township is to make sure that we make that happen, that it does comply with our local zoning, and that it does, it is a good neighbor. So, that will be certainly in terms of comparing it to a variance request from a private residence. I would say this is actually far more. There's far more public comment and opportunities to discuss this than the comparison you're making. So, and our goal is to make that even more open and receive more comment. Now, I do have about a half a dozen people with their hands up after you. Okay. So okay. I'm gonna ask you if we can move on to the next person, please.
Absolutely. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Susan Ross is the next name on the list. If you have the floor.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Hi, this is Susan Ross. I'm at 14 Hall Road. My backyard pretty much looks at 76 Southern, and I understand the need for this type of housing. What I disagree with is the particular lot at 76, and I have a few reasons why. The first being something that a few of the items that Tracy mentioned, I know you're looking at properties with low cost, but I think what's not being discussed or you're being fully transparent about are the water issues on that property. That lot has been vacant, I believe, for something like 16 years because no developer wants to touch it. I've heard costs of about $75,000 to $80,000 to remediate the water issues to make it buildable. So whatever cost you're getting it at, is it being factored in? Because it has sat vacant for so long. I'm shocked that it is a desirable piece of property to build on. Secondly, the point about it being a usable turnaround for a driveway, there are ranches on Southern near it, and I understand that it would look similar, but the lot is quite narrow and deep. And even though people in Chatham do have 2 to 3 cars, they are parked in a garage, and I feel like the flow of the traffic in and out of this piece of property would be more so during the day than a normal home would have at odd hours. And finally, I'm a mother to small children, and I see a lot of kids getting in and off of the bus stop at Wynwood and Southern, which is 2 doors down, I'd say, from what this home would be at. And the traffic is abysmal, and there is no crossing guard there. So it is a deep concern to me, and I echo everything that Alicia and everyone else before me said. Finally, I'd like to just mention that I have reached out to many neighbors, many of them elderly in our neighborhood, who are not familiar with Zoom, who do not feel comfortable calling in on the phone, and I just don't think this is a fair and representative way for them to voice their opinions. So, we'll continue to call in. We'll wait till the 28th for the next meeting, but I just think that, this should be delayed and these concerns should be addressed fully at the next meeting, hopefully with the plans. Thanks.
Thank you very much. And I agree with you. What we need to do is look at that plan and certainly the parking and a more feedback on the hours of usage and the coming and going would definitely be on the list of questions to ask.
Thank you.
Thank you. The next person on the list is Heather Ferran. If you would please, you have the floor. Heather Ferran, you have the floor.
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Okay. Heather Ferran, 127 Huron Drive. I have one question because I'm going to save mine for, lot 70 discussion. But the one thing I wanted to point out that I heard during this discussion was the reason you hadn't used alternatives for this and other affordable housing sites were the wetlands issue. Now, on the last in-person meeting we had on this in March, when I brought up all the environmental concerns that were in the lot 70, and other people are bringing up now concerns with this group home, you just all said that the wetlands was an issue. But on March 20, I don't even recall what day it was in person, you told me environmental laws do not trump affordable housing directive. So I'd like to understand, and John had said previously that you can get a DEP permit. I know that is for sure. You can obviously develop on wetlands, and these are not federal wetlands, which obviously are more protected than state wetlands. So I'd like to understand how you guys are saying that environmental laws do not trump your affordable housing issues. So you can build on a steep slope, and you can build in a highly ecologically diverse area with critical habitat, but you cannot move group homes to wetlands, and you cannot move affordable housings to wetlands. So I'd like the committee to address that.
Sure.
John might have some information on the water issues on 76, since we're sticking with 76 Southern.
Yeah. John, if you were you able to hear that question, John?
The question regarding the 76 and the stormwater issues?
Well, yes.
No,
exactly.
it's about alternatives. Deputy Mayor Ness said that there were wetlands issues and that these group homes couldn't, you looked at other locations and these group homes couldn't be put in those locations because of wetlands issues and other issues. There's the skate park issue, which obviously you're all saying you can't develop on because of wetlands issues, but yet repeatedly this committee has said that environmental issues are not a concern when you're dealing with affordable housing.
Now, when dealing with affordable housing, you still have to comply with the DEP's regulations. You're not exempt with affordable housing. And I believe your question is can we build a group home over on the skate park? Is that?
No, that's not my question. So I wanted to make sure that that's the case. So you're saying that environmental laws do not trump affordable housing? Or are you saying, so because when I tried to argue this, John, at the last meeting, you had said, and both Mayor Kelly said too, that it doesn't matter if it's a critical habitat. It doesn't matter if these are protected. It doesn't matter that this is a recharge area. None of those matter because environmental laws essentially don't matter when you're using affordable housing. So you're saying now that they
that either something was misconstrued from the last meeting because the affordable housing projects has to comply with DEP regulations. They are not exempt. And okay. It was represented at the last meeting. It was a mistake.
Great. All right. I'm going to save the remainder of my time for the next. Thank you.
Thank you. And I guess I'd just add that that 76 Southern Boulevard is not a wetlands. So that does not apply to that property. And I think something was misconstrued from the last meeting because certainly the Arbor Green affordable housing on the, next to the skate park site, we have been dealing with that and working around wetlands for, over a year. So we very much are aware that applies to affordable housing. And I think that Councilwoman or Deputy Mayor Ness's comments about wetlands pertain to some sites that we looked at elsewhere around town, that there were concerns about wetlands on those sites, and that was why we did not proceed with those. The next person with their hands up is a phone number. It ends in 4444. So you have the floor, and if you would please identify yourself by name and address.
Hello, this is Vince Ferrito from 449 River. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Okay, thanks. So I'd like to again raise a concern that I've heard raised several times, but I've not yet heard really a response from this committee to. And it's just going back to the current economic conditions and the setting of our priorities at this time. And to echo some of the earlier concerns, it's very hard for me to understand why in the midst of this global pandemic, in a time of 20% national unemployment, at a time when our residents are really hurting financially and professionally from a health perspective and otherwise, are we spending time, valuable money and resources on this agenda of affordable housing? For example, tonight we're spending what looks to be about, probably will turn into 4 hours talking, and all the countless hours of meetings before this, about spending over $1 million of our neighbors' hard-earned money to purchase additional land, and instead of spending this time and money and surplus for the purposes of helping our residents who are really in need at this time. And now as leaders, you have a responsibility to set priorities, to spend your time and our hard-earned tax dollars. And my question is, why are you prioritizing pushing an affordable housing agenda instead of focusing that time and energy helping support residents in response to this crisis? We collectively, we have finite resources, finite hours, and finite dollars. Every dollar and every hour we spend during this time on affordable housing is $1 and an hour not spent on helping our residents combat the crisis. So I'm asking, why are we choosing this priority?
Bob, and do you want to address the kind of budgetary part of it, that what the, in terms of where we are in implementation? And Albert, if you could possibly address where we are with the courts and so that we can kind of get around this pushing agenda question, that we're following where the courts are and we're trying where we can to move and get continuances. But can we address some of this? Because
Sure. Who would you like to go first? Myself or
Bob,
the township
if you
attorney?
could go first.
All right. the 2020 Township Committee is trying to implement an agreement that was put in place in 2018 after previous committees had spent close to 4 years looking at what was the best solution on behalf of the township and its residents related to litigation for affordable housing. The township, and our township attorney will weigh in on this later, has done an evaluation and is trying to implement the agreement so that we don't have an additional approximately 800 units of housing that's going to be built in the township.
I just don't want, I know I have a very short amount of time. I think most of us understand that. So if I could just skip ahead, I mean, where do the current dates in the implementation and compliance schedule, just to skip ahead, they come from this committee, do they not? They were requested from this committee in a letter and they were accepted by Judge Gauss, isn't that right?
They come from the court. They don't come from the committee. The committee has asked for.
Now there's a letter written by Mr. Cruz requesting the dates that we're currently tied to that the court approved. Isn't that correct?
They actually haven't been approved yet.
The original date that this was supposed to start the implementation was basically July of 2019. So there has been extensions for that.
My question is though, because we've requested these dates and but when approved, these are the dates we're moving towards at this point. I had understood that they had been approved, but why have we not requested later dates so that we could focus on all this time, energy, and money on fighting the pandemic, as opposed to this at a time when, as we've said many times, in addition to not really a good use of resources during this time, but also, an inadequate forum for residents to participate. So why are we not asking for later dates?
Albert,
Mr. Mayor,
Yes, please, Albert.
if I may address that. If you look at the trend around the state of New Jersey, and if you look at other municipalities that are in similar positions to Chatham, other municipalities, and they have been discussed in prior meetings, are being forced to move forward with implementing their affordable housing plans. For example, a municipality in Somerset County, the Township of Hillsborough, was ordered by a judge within the very recent past to move forward with implementing ordinances for their affordable housing program.
Okay. So my last question then is: have we asked for an extension that has been denied by the court at this time?
At this point, no.
So are we? Why are we not doing that?
Mr. Farito, if I was courteous and allowed you to speak, I'd like the same courtesy if you'd extend it to me and to the other members of the Township Committee and to Mr. Hoffman.
Yes, I apologize. I will extend you that courtesy. I'm cognizant that I have a very short amount of time to speak, and sometimes it gets shortened further. So please go ahead.
The requests have been made to the judge. He has granted them. The judge has also made quite clear that there are certain steps that the township can take to begin to implement its affordable housing plan. The steps that are being discussed tonight are putting in place the mechanisms for me to be able to go to court and explain and present proofs to the judge that the township is implementing its plan in a compliance hearing that's going to be held sometime in the end of July or the beginning of August. Now, for any lawyer to go to a hearing, the lawyer has to be prepared. And this is preparatory action for that hearing. This is still in the very early stages of all of these things. And that is, if, for example, River Road, yes, we have to adopt an ordinance in order to have the money in hand to purchase the property. But that doesn't end the inquiry. This is now goes to the next phase, which is before the planning board. And there are many steps that go before the planning board. For example, the Arbor Green at Chatham development for 24 units was before the planning board for probably 9 months, a multiplicity of hearings where the issues that are being raised tonight will also be raised before the planning board. So this is part of a continuing process. The court has made quite clear that there are things that are within the township's ability to move forward. And that's what the township has done. If as every step on the way, if there's a problem that arises, I will go back to the judge and ask for relief. But there are certain things that can be done. For example, we have 47 participants on this conference tonight. People are expressing their views. The law was changed to accommodate the current crisis and allow government to continue to proceed forward. So there is still room to perhaps vary from the schedule, but the town has to move forward with implementing certain steps. That is my recommendation and my advice to the township.
Okay. Now, I mean, there's part of us, that I think we appreciate a lot of those points, but you have to forgive me that it was just a few short months ago that we were basically told that River Road was going to be a site put into amended settlement agreement and that it was a quote unquote done deal. So we are concerned about every step forward, and particularly in an environment where, as you mentioned, 47 people are participating. I think this number would probably be 200 plus if we were in a meeting, because that was the sort of participation we were seeing before this for these types of matters. And my last question really just goes back to my first one for the committee, which is not about legalese and schedules and things like that, though I do appreciate that we're working through that. And that is, again, a question of priority for leadership and how you choose to use resources and time, and whether you will continue to choose to use so many resources and so much time on this as opposed to other more pressing matters for our residents. And that's my last question. And thank you for your time.
Thank you, Mr. Frito. Again, this is getting back to a non-legal perspective on this, though. But I would refer you back to our affordable housing page on our website, and the FAQs at the top of the list of all those postings that are there. I think it's worth reminding everyone that the reason why we are spending money now, or laying the groundwork to spend money, because we're not taking any action tonight and we won't be taking this action for the next several nights of meetings. But the reason why we're spending money was because a town has basically two choices. You can either zone for not only the affordable housing obligation that you have, but also for 4 market rate units for every affordable unit that you have to build. So that would be something in the neighborhood of 1,000 units if we went the zoning route. We chose a number of years ago that we would go this 100% municipally sponsored route, which we knew upfront was going to cost us more money. But we also knew that in the long run, it would cost us less of a negative impact on the town. That if we only had to build the affordable housing obligation that we have from the state, that would be far superior than building 4 market rates plus the affordable housing, everyone affordable housing. So that was the conscious decision of the Township Committee going back to 2018 and before, really. And I will say what I've said before is that I've been at meetings with the League of Municipality and meetings with other mayors, and they went down the other road of having to zone for those kinds of units. And they wished that they had gone this route. Now, I won't disagree with you that paying the money is painful. And certainly no one knew about the pandemic coming at this time when we made these decisions 2 years ago and more. But this is the agreement that we made. I think it is the right agreement for Chatham Township. And we are working hard, and that's certainly your point on that, Mr. Frito, about the time and the effort that's going into this. We are working extremely hard to make sure that this is done in the best interests of the residents of Chatham Township. So thank you for that. And again, we will be continuing this hearing on for 2 and possibly 3 more nights to continue the conversation. And we certainly want to include everyone who wishes to speak.
I would also like to add to that Vince, when you're talking about priorities, one of the priorities that we have in kind of trudging through this and continuing this from the court ordered implementation schedule is that I don't want to personally go to builder's remedy. I don't want to be stripped of immunity. So when you ask what priorities are, I do not want to be stripped of immunity. I think that would be horrible. I think that one of the first sites that they would come after are the sites that we own, which would certainly include that lot on River Road. And we lose all of our zoning controls. We lose all of the controls all over on that. And it could be not what we're planning. We're trying to tightly hold on to those controls. We're trying to expand it and make it better. And I do not want to lose our immunity. So Bob sent around a note, and I believe it was Verona.
That lost their immunity?
Yes.
It was Englewood Cliffs.
Englewood Cliffs.
In Bergen County was one of the towns, and then there was another town that came within 2 hours of almost losing their immunity.
Recently, in the last 2 weeks.
No, this was within the last couple months. But Englewood Cliffs is lost their immunity, and then there's another town that agreed at basically at 11 o'clock at night to certain conditions, so they did not lose their immunity.
So the courts are not playing around with this, and so that's my fear, Vince, that we will lose our immunity. That's why we keep working towards fulfilling some of the court's direction so that we don't do that. And with regards to helping residents, please reach out to me. There are plenty of volunteer opportunities if you'd like to take advantage of them. We've talked about some of them with our small business initiatives and working with our small businesses to help them. Mental health awareness initiatives that we've reached out on. So we are reaching out in the community. Certainly our senior center is doing a tremendous job with doing shopping for seniors, and so there's a lot of volunteer opportunities and a lot of things that we're coordinating and working with our partners in the community to address what's going on during the pandemic.
Thank you very much. Back to the public hearing, and the next person with their hand raised is Bill Myers. Bill, you have the floor, and
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'd like to thank the committee also. This is Bill Myers, and I live at 72 Southern Boulevard. I would like to say that I agree with many of the callers in the past. I don't want to touch on everything they said, but I do object to the format of this meeting. I feel it's very difficult to understand a lot of people when they speak. I'm missing about 30% of it's getting garbled, and I feel that that's a big problem. I also object to the fact that proper notice is not really being given, because on the 76 Southern Boulevard site, everything that's printed from the town says 72 Southern Boulevard, which is my address. And I feel that some people may drive by and not even realize that this is a new construction that's being proposed. So I think that we have to really get that corrected on forms going out in the future. And also reiterate the spending of taxpayers' money during this unprecedented economic disaster on a property that has clearly been shunned by builders and realtors for over the last 10 years that I've followed it. I fully support the need for group homes, but during this time, why invest in brand new construction on a lot that clearly needs water remediation at best, when there are existing homes that could probably accommodate these group homes? Have we exhausted the search of existing homes that could be on the market in Chatham for these group homes?
we certainly have looked long and hard, I think some of the parameters were explained earlier. Property in Chatham Township is not cheap, and in the interest of keeping costs down, we do have a budget. And I think that when you add in the budget restraints, the neighborhood restraints, we certainly feel that we have identified the best locations in the ones that we are going forward with.
Well, I'm glad you said that, because that, to me, you know, you get what you pay for. This lot has been on the market for so many years because builders don't want to touch it. It hasn't been worth it to them. So why, as investors of the township, why are we going to put our hard-earned money into it? There's got to be something wrong with it. You know, builders don't want to touch it. I know that there's major water problems there, and I feel that, you know, that's part of it. Not to beat a dead horse, but I also wanted to talk about the traffic. You know, the homes may look normal, but the traffic certainly doesn't function normally. There's multiple cars in every driveway. Even if there's a circular driveway, there's no way that the cars can pull in when the new employees come in and then not pull out or pull around or back out into Southern Boulevard. I think it's just going to create a disaster. The school bus is there. You know, wouldn't a quieter street far from a major through street be able to absorb this type of residents in a much easier and seamless manner?
Let me address the wetness question first, if I may, Mr. Myers. We feel that that this project may actually be ideally suited for this property, considering the issues that you raised about water. This building will not have a basement. It will be on a slab, which certainly would scare away a basement, and water would certainly be a factor in an other market rate development. It also, talking to engineers about it, it may be uniquely fitted for this property because a lot of private homes, when they have to deal with some water, and let me take a step back, pretty much every home that's built has to deal with water because the state laws mandate that no development can increase the rate of runoff from a site. And if you're taking a vacant property and you're putting impervious surface of a building and site and driveways on top of it, you are by definition putting impervious surface on it. So you're no matter who builds there, they're going to have some kind of water remediation plan. Now, we are talking about a ranch house that will be significantly smaller than the typical home in Chatham Township. We are talking about a house that will not have a basement, so that eliminates a vulnerability that would scare away some developers. And because of its use, we have the ability to design the water detention system, an underground tank, and put it in the best location. A private residence that was thinking about children and usage of maybe having to maintain a backyard option for a swimming pool down the road or some other construction would have severe limitations on how they address that problem, and it probably would scare away some developers who would be looking to develop that property. But that is not something that is a concern with a group home. So for 3 or 4 different very, very specific reasons to this, we have a group home that is uniquely suited for this property and that makes it a much more likely choice than if a developer was looking for a site for a typical Chatham Township home. And then your final point was traffic. I think we all share that same concern. And we all are looking forward to the presentation next week where we can insist on the kind of driveway configuration that does not contribute to off-site traffic problems, and then also get a lot more detailed information about the ebb and flow of traffic in a site like this. It's how often do staffers come and go, or do they stay all day? So I think there's information here that I'm looking forward to. I've added your questions to the list, and I think that we all will be looking forward to those answers because they are important on how this will function as a site for a group home, and we certainly do not want to create a traffic problem.
Thank you. I appreciate your time.
Thank you. I'm looking at Al Limon as the next person who hasn't spoken yet. Al, if you would, you have the floor.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Oh, thanks. I have a very simple question. Has the decision to purchase this property already been made? Or what exactly is the purpose of all of this discourse, and how is all of this feedback going to inform any future decisions, and who's even making the decision? I'm a little confused on this whole thing and where we're at in the process, and what all of this is sort of driving. So I'd appreciate any feedback.
Okay. This is part of a process. It's going to be spread over the next 3 to 4 meetings, which will be spread over the next month and a half. We will be gathering additional information from residents' comments, from the actual builder that we'll be working with, and the answers that he gives to our questions and to your questions. And we will be voting in mid to late June on this matter, and that would be the decision that allocates the bond ordinance for the money. But it's a multi-step process, and it will be, involving the planning board and the time schedule that's been mentioned earlier by our attorney Albert and by some of the residents who called in questions. The calls for us to have a final compliance hearing in late July or August. These are steps that we're taking now so that we can go to that compliance hearing with the property under our control, and that we can deliver on the affordable housing plan, that an agreement that has been made over these past months. So I guess I hope that explains the question. It's a
well. I
process.
just want a clear answer. A decision hasn't been made. Yes.
No,
or no?
a vote has not been taken. But
okay. Who is voting?
There'll be the township committee who's voting.
Okay. And my only other, and it's more of a comment than a question. I almost think it's an insult to everyone who bothered to dial in tonight, and anybody who wasn't able to. It's an insult to their intelligence, I think, to sit here and say that in a 9-mile town, that the best we could do was find a piece of property that's 1,200 feet from an existing group home, triangulated by another property that's a mile away, and that in 9 miles of town, that's the best we could do. I understand budget constraints, I understand wetland issues, I understand all that stuff. I think it's an insult to our intelligence to sit here and say that's the best you could do. Thank you.
Thank you. I think everybody else has spoken once. We have a couple of people with their hands still up. Those are fresh hands up, Greg? Yeah, we do have, I'm going to call on these 3 people, but I'm going to ask you to limit yourself to your top question. We do have 3 more extensions on this public hearing. We'll be continuing for the next 3 meetings, and we do have additional business to conduct tonight. So please, if you have one question to ask, we'd be happy to entertain it. But this is not a second round of questions. Ashley Feliz, you're the top on the list. You have the floor. Ashley, are you there? I think this hand may have been still up from before, Greg, so if you could close that.
Yes, thanks, Mike. Ashley, did you have another comment on this ordinance?
And close it, please. And let's, Bill Bill Myers, is this a fresh hand being raised, or is this
No, sorry, that was from before.
from before? Thank you very much. And then Dan Miller, is this a fresh hand being raised?
It is, and I will be short. I have a question in regard to Deputy Mayor Ness and her ability to judge this properly without conflict of interest. Given the fact that Miss Ness is in the realty business and she is searching out properties, maybe she's not directly involved as Mrs. Schwartz is not directly involved, but there's a possibility she could be getting future considerations with other realty agents. We don't know how that process is going to play out. And I think it's reasonable to believe, just as when Mr. Brower, for instance, would be recused from anything going on with Colony Pool, okay? With her direct involvement as a realtor, I don't believe, and many of the residents in this town do not believe, that she should be able to make such decisions on purchasing realty, given the fact that there could be future considerations down the road, deals with realtors, so on and so forth. And I believe, as many others do, that she should recuse herself. Can we have comment from the mayor and also from the attorney on that?
Yes, thank you, Dan. Albert, could I ask for a comment from you on that? Because
Yes, Mr. Mayor. Mr. Miller mentioned a key element of any ethics analysis, and that is what may occur in the future. And one of the issues you look at is how speculative something is or is not. And what Mr. Miller is describing is purely speculative. In addition to that, there is no blanket recusal of a person merely because they are a real estate agent in the town. Otherwise, then every profession, every member of the township committee who works in that town would have to be recused on every single item. So you look at several factors. One, there's no general disqualification of a realtor serving on the township committee and voting upon real estate matters that affect the township as a municipal entity. We can speculate, and if we speculate far enough, everything can become a conflict. I've discussed this with Ms. Ness, and my recommendation to her is that no, there is no conflict.
thank you, Albert.
I also just want to follow up on this because, I've had people post up pictures of my listings. I've had people speak about this. This is my job. I work in town. I am a township committee member. And I think this kind of personal attack is unwarranted. I have asked I was one of the first people to actually raise my hand when there started to be the discussion of purchasing purchasing land. And I asked to recuse myself, and I asked if it was necessary to recuse myself. The land is not, the purchase of the land on River is being done by the township. The purchase of the land that's being done for the group homes is being done through the developer. So we're not involved in that negotiation at all. I checked to make sure that they were not with any of my agencies or any of, in regards to Turpin. And I have not been involved in any of the negotiations whatsoever, nor would I be, because I have asked not to be involved. Even when I was asked about potential valuations or looking at different properties, I asked not to be involved. So please don't make that assertion. It's not fair. I wouldn't act in that manner. I have asked this question of our legal experts, and at any point in time when this crosses over into something that may be construed as a conflict of interest, I will recuse myself.
Thank you very much, Tracy. Okay, we have one more hand raised. I'm going to recognize that, and then I'm going to move forward because, as we said multiple times, we are not closing the public hearing tonight. We are continuing it for multiple more nights. So there'll be lots of more opportunities to be heard, and we do have other ordinances that we need to let people speak on as well. So Heather Ferran, you are the last person to speak tonight.
Hi.
On this item.
You know, now that you're talking about recusal, I had a question about why committee member Schwartz was recused when we know what the initial conflict was involving a plaintiff who has since dismissed her lawsuit. So, and is no longer represented by that law firm, which apparently had a conflict from Mrs. Schwartz. So, there's one, I'm not sure why she's being conflicted out of the group home decision when in fact that had nothing to do with and was never brought up in the lawsuit that I mentioned. But second, since the lawsuit has been dismissed and we are no longer retaining, or that group or the plaintiff is no longer retaining, why Ms. Schwartz can't now continue on and make a decision on this matter.
Thank you. Albert, this is very close to a personnel matter, but is there anything that can be said, or shall we?
Well, under the law, the reasons for a recusal need not be given by either the attorney or the committee member, just simply that a recusal has taken place. I've discussed this matter with Ms. Schwartz, and that's the conclusion that's been reached. Beyond that, I'm not going to say anything beyond that.
Thank you.
Although I will say that we would very much like Karen to continue in the discussion, given her experience. She and Mike are the longest serving members with experience from 2015. So it's, we would like to have her participate.
All right, at this point, Ms. Schwartz is not part of the discussion, so let's go on to the next caller.
Yes, we are moving on to the next ordinance, 2020-08, and I would ask Greg to read the title, please. And again, just while Greg is getting that, I'll just reiterate that we are not closing this public hearing, that it will continue at the next meeting and the meeting after that. So please, please tune in at the next meeting for the presentation on the group homes, and we would welcome your questions at that time.
Okay, so I tried to start my video so you can see me. Okay, ordinance 2020-08, bond ordinance to authorize the acquisition of real property for affordable housing purposes in, by, and for the Township of Chatham in the County of Morris, State of New Jersey, to appropriate the sum of $575,000 to pay the cost thereof and to make a down payment, to authorize the issuance of bonds to finance such appropriation, and to provide for the issuance of bond anticipation notes in anticipation of the issuance of such bonds.
Thank you, Greg. Do we have any comments from anyone on the Township Committee? If not right away, I'll open that up for comments from the floor or from the audience.
587 Fairmount.
587 Fairmount, please. Dan Miller, the floor is yours.
Thank you. Number one, I'd like to say that was not a personal attack on anybody. It was a simple question, given that someone has been recused, given the fact, I don't believe it was a personal attack on Mr. Brower when he chose to recuse himself from issues dealing with Colony Pool. So I want to clarify that, and I don't want to be misconstrued
Very good.
A personal attack.
I appreciate
Okay, so I take offense to that, number one. Number two, I am going to reiterate once again, our township dollars should not be being spent on this stuff at this time for the purchase of property or any other. And also to misconstrue that we use the amount of money you're using out of the surplus budget right now is far and above what has been used in the past. And if Mr. Hoffman could get us numbers on how much over the past 4 budgets we have taken from surplus. I would like to hear those numbers at the next meeting. I understand it's a little bit tough right now. So 4 years, how much surplus has been used for budgetary purposes to offset taxes?
Thank you, Dan. 587 Fairmont Avenue?
I'm not finished.
No, I understand, but this is a public hearing on 587.
587, right. Well, and that directly has to do with it because you're spending money on 587 Fairmont Avenue, clearly. So, you know, and all those issues were brought up as far as appropriations of funding, which is exactly what we have to do for this, okay? Number 2, or number 3 maybe. Why is it that if we haven't finished with the courts, because we're purchasing 587 Fairmont to move forward, okay, on this so-called plan for affordable housing, and to make clear, I'm not against affordable housing, but I'm certainly against it at this time, even given more so with the current financial conditions of everyone in Chatham Township, okay? And certainly with the undue health issues and the condolences that I certainly go out to everyone who's been affected by the coronavirus, you know, especially in our group homes, you know, my goodness, but every resident, one's too many. And, you know, why are we not going to the court and telling the court, look, we can't do this at this time. We don't have the financial means at this time. It is unfair for us to put further financial burdens on our residents who are already stretched. That should be the directive, Mr. Mayor, to our attorney to give back to the courts. That's what the residents are asking for. You know, I understand 587 Fairmont, Southern Boulevard, wherever, River Road, it's all appropriations of funds. It's all a further burden on a township that's stretched. And in our particular township, when we've been continuing to build out, and that the average price of a home is way up there, we have fewer smaller homes, larger, bigger homes. As these jobs diminish for people, and things are just gone, because it's great to reopen, okay, in a slow fashion. There's also going to be a lot of jobs that just aren't there anymore. There's going to be a lot of people who just didn't make it, whether they're small business owners, whether it's layoffs in the financial section, so on and so forth. And we are going to see more foreclosures. You'll be able to snap up more homes. And the bottom line is, when we see those foreclosures, when jobs dry up, when we know that New York City isn't going to reopen their economy for a long while, which is what affects our economy, it is irresponsible to spend one thin dime until all this is settled out. The directive to Albert should be, we can't do it right now. We can't do it for the reasons that I've just laid out, as well as other residents have just laid out. And we should postpone this until we are in a better financial position, and the whole crisis has long since passed. I'm sure we can all remember.
You have 1 minute.
God rest all their souls. Let me finish. From 9/11 and how long it took to recover from that. This is well worse than that was, and it's well, you know, financially speaking, and it's going to continue to get worse, especially when our direct link to our financial well-being is New York City. Why are we not directing Albert to do that?
Thank you, Dan.
Mr. Mayor, if I may issue a clarification.
Okay.
I will be able to provide the information about the surplus over the last 4 years, but I want to make it clear that surplus is regenerated as we go through the year. So there are things, no matter what occurs with a pandemic or other factors, there are certain factors that are related to surplus. So we will have funds that are lapsing from calendar year 2018 that will go into fund balance or surplus and will be available for use in 2021. Previously, I had stated that we had added assessments that were coming onto the books and would generate additional revenue that would be booked to surplus, and that's something that's ongoing. So that's, you know, that's part of it. It's not, you know, it's important that we look at surplus, but there are funds that are coming in. It's not just whatever was on the you know, on the user-friendly budget, because that doesn't show the full facts.
Okay, thank you. I'll just, you know, reiterate that this is a hearing on the ordinance for bond ordinance for 587 Fairmount Avenue, that we will have a hearing for citizens on all topics later on in the meeting. But the purpose of this is to respond and receive questions and comments from people on 587 Fairmount Avenue. So with that being said, the next hand that I see raised is from a Ms. Narayanian. If you would, you have the floor.
Good evening. Thank you for taking my question. It's more of a concern.
Mr. Mayor, if I may interrupt, Ms. Ewald wanted to make a comment and you may not have seen her.
I did not hear. See, Stacy. Stacy, is that the case that I not accept? I'm sorry, Ms. Narani, can I ask you to hold your thought for a second, please?
Sure, I am.
Yeah, I wanted to take a moment to address what Mr. Miller said and a couple of people have mentioned before. I also just want to let Greg know there is a person, Jay Laughlin, who apparently has been trying to speak. So I just want to make him aware so he can catch that somehow.
Mr. Laughlin does not show as his hand being raised. He could, I don't know, there seems to be a problem at his end because we certainly are seeing a lot of other hands being raised. So.
Yeah, I see on the chat, just to make, I don't know why, maybe it's one of the phone numbers, but just to make you aware if there's a way or to let him know he's got to raise his hand or call in.
Go ahead, Stacy.
Okay, so I just wanted to address Mr. Miller regarding the pandemic. You know, none of us take that lightly. It has been very difficult. We walk a very fine line. We personally are all affected and impacted by this. Our families are affected and impacted. We take it very seriously and we really want to try and get input from residents, and they have been sending emails. We've received petitions. We appreciate people dialing in and listening in and giving us their input. We walk a very fine line. We're up against losing our builder's remedy immunity at every turn. And to be quite honest, you made the argument for the courts. I mean, the reality is there's going to be more and more people in need of affordable housing. And where we can do things within the pandemic and within allowing our residents to participate actively, we've really tried to do the best job that we possibly can. But we're bumping up against a court system. We're trying to protect our entire town from a builder's remedy immunity. We don't take the pandemic lightly. I certainly don't take the pandemic lightly. I talk to people regularly about the impact on our small businesses, on people's loss of income, on people's mental health. And I'm trying to do whatever I can through all my different networks. You know, personally, this has turned into a full-time job for me to try and help as best I can. So I understand and I appreciate that people are frustrated with affordable housing. I walked into this in February. And I know how you're feeling, and I've been trying to watch and prompt, you know, things to be done the right way for a long time now. So I really can appreciate it, but we're not callous, and we are very much aware of the suffering and trying to do the best we can. But we're kind of battling this builder's remedy immunity and trying to protect our town from losing our immunity.
Thank you, Stacy. Now, I apologize for my interrupting you, Ms. Narayanian, but if you, the floor is yours, and if you would please start off by identifying yourself and your address.
Yeah, so my name is Bhuvaneshwari Narayanan. I live in 587 Fairmount. I live right next door. My concern primarily is about the location of this property. I understand this has been chosen as a group home. And the one thing that I agree with the callers regarding the Southern Boulevard ordinance is that a group home, typically, I pass by 371 every day, at least when before the pandemic. And I see a minimum of 4 cars and most times 6 cars in there. Okay, and the location here with 587 Fairmount, it's right on the big curve where people usually come, and there's always a verb, and that is where my son stands every day in the morning to take the bus. It's not just one kid, and you can see right next, there will be kids right in the front waiting for the bus. And I do not think having a group home with such a heavy traffic right at the curve of the big road is a good idea. Before you proceed with this one, I beg you to do a real risk analysis on this property regarding safety issues for students waiting on the, especially on Fairmount, students wait right next to the mailboxes. That's where kids stand for the school buses to pick them up. And especially when you choose a property in a main road like this, like Fairmount, like Southern Boulevard, those are the places where the kids stand right on the road. If you choose a property that's in a side road somewhere, it wouldn't be the case. I beg you to do a risk analysis on this property. Is it good to have a home where you know, have seen time and time again? I have seen it every day since I've been living here on 371. Minimum 4 cars and most of the time 6 cars, especially when I pick my daughter up and come back on that road. And I do not think it is the right property to put a group home right where there are so many kids waiting on the road to get on the bus. Both morning and the evening, I see kids getting off by themselves and walking to their houses. So please do a risk analysis on the safety issue first before you move ahead. That's my beg. I'm just begging you to do that first.
Thank you very much.
Sure.
The next person with their hand up, Mr. or Mrs. Ananth, if you could identify yourself by name and address, and the floor is yours.
Hi, my name is Prashant Anant. I'm actually a co-resident with Bhuvna Narayanan, who just spoke. I'm also in 589 Fairmount. And I echo the views of the previous residents. One as being whether this is the right time to spend the money, and the second, the proximity to the other 2 group homes. And so that I just wanted to echo, but I'll take my time to ask a question of my own. I wanted to ask whether the township will be making any thorough background checks on the residents, on the occupants who will be coming into the home, and also the nurses or the healthcare workers that could be coming to assist them. Will the township be making thorough background checks on them?
No,
Mr. Mayor, if I may.
Go ahead, Albert.
Group homes in the state of New Jersey are permitted in all residential zones. Group homes in New Jersey are under the license of the Department of Health and Human Services, the Division of Developmentally Disabled. So the licensing of group homes is performed by the state of New Jersey and not the township. But what the township would expect is that the group home maintain and follow all state requirements. And the reason for that is that there has to be a uniformity in how group homes are regulated. The policy, the public policy of the state of New Jersey is to encourage group homes to be built in residential areas, as has been explained before. But it goes a step further. There has to be a uniformity in how group homes are regulated. And so a municipality cannot impose its own set of regulations on group homes. Otherwise, they would be treated differently in different parts of the state. So first, very heavily regulated, must be licensed, all done by the Division of Developmentally Disabled. Including, it goes so far as to how you can enter and exit a driveway. And that is some of the things that you will hear on May 28th, when the developer will explain how the regulations require going not backing out onto a road, but going head first into a road. That is the type of regulation that the state of New Jersey imposes. So the township cannot impose its own set of regulations, but
I understand.
but it can insist that the operator of that home be fully compliant with all regulations.
Does it mean the state will be conducting these background checks?
The state will conduct whatever the regulations require in terms of qualifying that group home operator.
You're asking for service background check on.
I cannot hear the other speaker.
So I'm simply asking not about the property, but rather the residents in the property who will be occupying the property. Will there be a background check on the people who will occupy the property, who will be coming into the property to nurse and take care of them?
The resident has to comply with the state requirements. And again, what was said before, this is not going to be a halfway house. This is not going to be a drug rehabilitation facility. This is going to be a home for the developmentally disabled.
And that includes the service providers as well. They will be covered by the state regulations.
They have to have a license by the state of New Jersey.
Okay. And since you mentioned developmentally disabled a few times, I just want to understand, what is the definition of that? Does that include people with mental disorders, or what exactly does it mean?
Sitting here, I don't recall the exact definition that's contained in the regulation, so I don't want to guess as to what's in the definition, but there is a set definition.
And I think we can count on having someone here at our next meeting who can answer that question.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Seeing no more hands raised, we will close the public hearing on the bond ordinance well, we won't close the public hearing for 587 Fairmount. We will continue it to May 28th.
Mr. Mayor, if I may just add one thing. If anyone is interested, they can Google NJSA, that's New Jersey Statutes Annotated, 30:11, capital B-1, that is the applicable statute, and NJAC, New Jersey Administrative Code, 10:44, capital A, that is the standards for a community residence.
Thank you. We'll move on to our next ordinance. Greg, could you read the title, please?
Yes. This is ordinance 2020-09, bond ordinance to authorize the undertaking of improvements to municipal properties and buildings in, by, and for the Township of Chatham in the County of Morris, State of New Jersey, to appropriate the sum of $200,000 to pay the cost thereof, to make a down payment, and to authorize the issuance of bonds to finance such appropriations, and to provide for the issuance of bond anticipation notes in anticipation of the issuance of such bonds.
Thank you, Greg. Before we start the public hearing on this one, I just would like to make a quick comment to put it in perspective. We are talking about this ordinance. This is a piece of property that the township already owns at the end of Gibbons Place, which is a cul-de-sac. And it is one of the properties under consideration for a group home, but it is basically our last choice of the units that we are talking about here tonight. The other locations all appear to be superior, but on the other hand, in the interest of informing the public, we did want to leave it here on the agenda and let people know that that it was being looked at in that context. So with that being said, I will open the public hearing. I see that Dan Miller has his hand up. So Dan, on Gibbons Place, please.
Yes, on Gibbons Place. And once again, I won't go through the high diatribe of all of it. And Ms. Ewald, I appreciate what your comments were, but when the well runs dry, the well runs dry, and you know, Chatham Township in the future may not be able to bear the brunt of $200,000 bonds or any other bonds. My question is in regards to Gibbons Place, why is it the least likely to be used, given the fact that I believe that's a dead end road and that it would alleviate any kind of traffic problems and so on and so forth that have been brought up about the other properties. So explain to us why is it the least likely, and why is it not suitable or as suitable as some of the other properties?
It would be difficult to build there, more difficult than the other locations, and that is why we are focusing on the other ones first.
For what reasons, though?
It's the configuration of the piece of property. It is tight, and it would be more difficult to develop in the way that we would want to in order to fit into the surrounding neighborhood.
So are we going to or not going to spend the money on this? Are we just going to purchase it to have open space? What's the purpose if it's not going to be suitable?
It is already owned by the township, which is probably its most attractive feature. However, because of the constraints on the property, it would be the most difficult of the ones we're talking about to develop. So we are keeping it on the list here right now in the interests of transparency, and that it does have potential. But basically, we are intending to focus on the other properties that we're talking about here at this time.
Is it the same size as the other lots on the street?
You know, I couldn't answer that question off the top of my head.
Okay, can we get an answer? Because obviously this is going to continue as well, right?
Sure, we could.
Okay. Yeah, I want to know if it's the same size, same configuration as the other lots on the street, what the cost would be to build a group home there as opposed to building on the Southern Boulevard and the Fairmont sites. If that is possible for the next meeting, I would greatly appreciate that information, as I'm sure the other residents would like to know the answers to that.
Very good.
Thank you.
Thank you. I see that James Lee has the next hand up, so you have the floor. And please identify yourself by name and address.
Hi, it's actually Cindy Lee, 34 Hilltop Terrace. And I had the same question as Mr. Miller previously, because to me, Gibbons Place shouldn't be the least favorable option for group home in terms of its location. Not only is it sort of dispersed from all the other group home locations, and in terms of not being on a main road such as Fairmont and Southern, it's on a residential street with, I believe, 4 residences on the cul-de-sac. It seems, and then the majorly the fact that the municipal already owns this property, as opposed to trying to obtain a piece of property and to do modifications on it for the water issues at 76 Southern. I'm just not understanding why the money shouldn't be used to configure this space at Gibbons Place instead.
Well, I think.
Should John address this on this?
Yes, I could ask John if you'd be answer specifics on this, but my general answer is that the township does own a few odd, small lots around town. And my understanding is that historically, the town inherited them over years and years because the existing property owners couldn't do anything with them and walked away from them. And the town ended up obtaining these properties typically in tax foreclosures. So that is, you're comparing that kind of a property with.
Is there a house on that lot right now?
No, there's not. No, it's not. And so that you're comparing a fragmentary piece of property that a private owner at one point walked away from, and you're comparing that to a property that is up for sale in the town as a developable lot. So that's
Really,
the basic.
I disagree. I mean, 76 Southern's been vacant for 15, 16 years as an unbuildable lot by many developers. And I have to disagree with what you're saying in terms of a house that would be built there would be a typical Chatham house. I don't believe a ranch house, new construction in 2020 would be a typical house that any developer would build on Southern Boulevard right now. So that seems to lend itself more to this smaller lot at Gibbons Place.
In the answer to the last person who spoke, we definitely will get you at the next meeting, we'll get the relative sizes as well as the other constraints. But John, do you want to add anything from an engineering point of view?
Yes, the lot on Gibbons Place, first of all, it's not fronting the municipal road. It's actually fronting a paper road. So it requires a number of variances from, deviations from the municipal code. And that's what's some concerns about that lot is because it contains steep slopes. The lot would there would be some side yard setback requirements, deviations. And so that's what making this lot a little less desirable is because it is deviating from the township code in a number of ways.
Really, but I mean, it doesn't seem like that's stopping you guys from the River Road development, sloping the landscape and all that. But all right, thank you.
Thank you. Okay. Dan Miller, and then we'll move on from this one. Wait a second, Dan, I'm going to ask you to wait your turn. We have a hand raised for the first time by the Verrills. So I would give the floor to them as a first-time participant. And you have the floor, the Verrills.
Hi there, this is Andrew Verrill, V as in Victor, E-R-R-I-L-L.
Could I ask you to speak more clearly or closer to your microphone?
Certainly, I think we've had this problem once before. Sorry, this is Andrew Verrill from 11 Gibbons Place. Mr. Rushke's characterization is quite correct. So I was originally going to fill in the audience with that. There are 4 houses on the street. The lot is not actually on the street. It would need to be built on. My question is actually a very quick one. I believe in your introductory remarks this evening, Mr. Kelly, you mentioned the name of a developer or possibly an operator for the group homes. I wonder if you'd be able to repeat that for us.
Sure. It's Nouvelle Homes. I believe it's spelled Nouvelle, I believe. And they will be here at the next meeting on May 28th to make the presentation about these particular sites and be available to answer specific questions about those sites, and also general questions about group homes.
Certainly. And for anybody who's interested, the tax maps for the township show that lot quite clearly. But they will show, as Mr. Rushke says, a paper road. The road does not extend beyond, in fact, doesn't even reach the boundary of the last house in the cul-de-sac. Okay, thank you.
Thank you very much. We have a hand raised from the Tappins. So I would recognize the Tappins as the next person to speak. You have the floor. Please identify yourself by name and address. Mr. or Mrs. Tappan? Mr. or Mrs. Tappan, you have the floor? Nope, they just put their hand down. Very good. Dan Miller. is this your hand just still there from before, or do you have another question?
I have a quick question, and I would like a response from the committee members on this. And I'm gonna touch back to what the person earlier had said. John just brought up that with the Gibbons Place, there's steep slope issues, there's this issue, there's that issue. Okay, all well and good, and it may be a reason to disqualify that property. Why do each of you think it is just to say that we're going to disqualify one property because it doesn't necessarily conform to our zoning and our codes, but then turn around and say that River Road has those same issues, probably way more greater than Gibbons Place, from my recollection of what Gibbons Place looks like, but yet you can justify building there. What's the reasoning behind that? Why do we have two different standards?
And this is a hearing specifically on the ordinance for Gibbons Place. And I am not going to pursue that topic. We are going to have a presentation in 2 weeks specifically on River Road. And that would be a great chance to really drill down for questions on the site and how it would be developed and what the topography of the site is. But I honestly don't have the answer of the relative steep slopes between the different sites. And I can't answer that question now, but would refer you to that, the meeting of the 11th. I think that's it for the raised hands. Just a second, Mr. Tappins, have you raised your hand again? Tappins? No. Okay, we're moving on. Again, we're not closing this public hearing. We're continuing it till the 28th. We are now introducing an ordinance, 2020-10. Greg, could you read the title of this, please?
Yes, it's ordinance 2020-10, bond ordinance to authorize the acquisition of real properties for affordable housing in, by, and for the Township of Chatham in the County of Morris, State of New Jersey, to appropriate the sum of $680,000 to pay the cost thereof, to make a down payment, to authorize the issuance of bonds to finance such appropriation, and to provide for the issuance of bond anticipation notes in anticipation of the issuance of such bonds.
Thank you, Greg. This is the introduction of an ordinance that would then be scheduled for a public hearing on at their next meeting on May 28th. But so that really is the chance for the public hearing. And really, I would entertain a motion to introduce this ordinance.
So moved.
And a second?
Second.
Thank you.
And then we'll schedule the public hearing for...
Well, we have to vote on it before I announce
Yeah, Greg,
that.
if you would take the roll call.
Mrs. Ewald?
I'm sorry, we're voting on the introduction?
Yes, we are.
Oh, so there's no comment, okay. Yes.
Mrs. Fondaco?
Yes.
Deputy Mayor Ness?
Yes.
And Mayor Kelly?
Yes.
Motion passes, and the public hearing will be on May 28th, 2020.
Very good. Thank you, Greg. Which brings us to our consent agenda. Greg, can I ask you?
First, we should invite Mrs. Schwartz back into the meeting.
Absolutely. Karen, if you are listening, that's the end of our affordable housing issues for now. And if
I'm
you...
here. Greg has to start me. Oh, there we go.
There you
You're
go.
back.
Thank you. Thank you for juggling everything there, Greg. We appreciate it.
Okay, for consent agenda, this evening we have resolution 2020-117, payment of bills, 2020-118, approving meeting minutes, 2020-119, approving executive session minutes, 2020-120, municipal aid, River Road resurfacing, Morris County Co-op, that one is for paving. Then there's 2020-121, municipal aid River Road resurfacing, Morris County Co-op. This one is for striping. Then there's 2020-122 awarding contract to Lincoln Landscaping. 2020-123 salary resolution. Bob, I believe I stepped out of the room when he had 124 taken off the agenda.
Yes, that is correct.
Okay, then we would skip that one and have 2020-125 regarding township website.
Very good. Could I have a motion to adopt the consent agenda?
Albert, do I express my desire to abstain from the executive session minutes?
We can pull that one out for a separate vote.
All right.
So moved.
Okay, the consent agenda without number 118. Excuse me, the executive session is 119. Do I have a second?
Second.
Very good. Greg, can I have a roll call?
Mrs. Ewald?
Yes.
Mrs. Fundaco?
Yes.
Mrs. Schwartz?
Yes.
Deputy Mayor Ness?
Yes, and may I say that I am particularly thrilled that we are bringing the township website in-house and that we'll be able to make some major changes that we've been trying to do for the past year. So thank you very much on that.
And
Yes.
and Mayor Kelly.
I would second Deputy Mayor's comments on the website and add the fact that our approval of Lincoln Landscaping continues our organic treatment of the ball fields for that time when our youth can get back on the ball fields.
Mr. Mayor, it's not only the ball fields, it's our lawns.
Very good.
And it's all aspects. It includes
Colony.
the colony pool, just in case we're able to open it, but it's all lawns and fields.
Very good.
Thank you, Bob.
Thank you very much. So I vote aye.
Okay, then Mayor, next up would be the separate resolution for the approval of the executive session minutes 2020-119.
Thank you very much. Could I have a motion to adopt?
So moved.
And a second?
Second.
Very good. Greg?
Mrs. Ewald?
Yes.
Mrs. Fundaco?
Yes.
Deputy Mayor Ness?
Yes.
And Mayor Kelly.
Yes.
Motion passes.
Very good. Thank you. With the amendment of our agenda, the next item on the agenda is the hearing of citizens' petitions. So I would now open the floor to comments and questions. Those that were not scheduled for public hearing. Very good. The first hand up is the initials JNF. If you'd identify yourself by name and address, you have the floor.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Hi, this is Jackie Ferrito, 449 River Road.
Very good.
Thank you for taking my question. Before I get into my question, though, I just wanted to point out one thing, and that's that we heard earlier Celeste expressed more concern about the placement of a pole near her lot than we've heard from any of the committee members about the placement of two 62-unit monstrosity buildings in Carmela Sagendorf's backyard. So just to let you know, that comes across as a little bit tone deaf to the residents that you represent. So I just might suggest that going forward, you all start putting yourselves in your residents' shoes on these matters and think about whether you'd rather have a pole or a 62-unit building in your yard. But in any event, for my question, there has obviously been significant backlash against the selection of the River Road site, including even civil litigation, which we know. And we heard from all of you before that you felt backed into selecting the site when you did in March because you thought you were out of time and it was all that was available to you then. So as it seems like you're sort of just barreling forward with it now, nonetheless, I guess my question to you is, can you confirm whether you're continuing to evaluate and research better alternative sites to River Road now, particularly given that, one, we know that we have until 2022, even on the court's deadline right now, so over 2 years to break ground, and two, we now know that as an almost certainty that unfortunately there's likely to be a lot more very suitable commercial properties that will be available soon due to the COVID recession. And those might even be able to support our full third round obligation, and therefore even potentially avoid the need for group homes, which we hear a lot of controversy about right now in their entirety.
You know, you mentioned 2022 to break ground. That's our deadlines are much closer than that in terms of getting a final compliance hearing in late July or August. So that's really the significant date as opposed to a breaking ground date. It's, you know, it's a hypothetical question about what, if any, would become available. We are very, very concerned about our small businesses in town, and we are doing everything we can to support them and keep them healthy. And we are certainly keeping an eye on their health and their situations.
Sorry, I actually don't think it was a hypothetical question. I think we know as a certainty that there's going to be a lot of businesses that are going to be struggling financially, even not just small ones, big international companies are going out of business. So we kind of know that as a certainty. And as, you know, a business owner, certain business owners would probably relish the opportunity to be bought out. And, you know, the town kind of needs a space that makes sense, that clearly isn't a steep slope, environmentally sensitive area in people's literal backyards to put this building. So I guess it's not really a hypothetical question. It's more, are you guys like, you know, the COVID is obviously is what it is. It's terrible, but are you guys potentially looking at other alternatives in the time that we have? I assume you're kind of like scouring and seeing what might become available.
I mean, we certainly are keeping an eye on every possibility. You know, as I said before, we have a lot of sympathy for small businesses that are trying to survive in a difficult time. And there are a lot of volunteers in town that are doing a lot to help them as much as possible. And we certainly are not going to do anything that identifies anybody or makes things more difficult for them. But are we aware of what's going on around town? Absolutely.
Sorry, I don't think you're understanding my question. My question is not what are we doing to support small businesses. My question is that there will certainly be some small businesses that aren't going to survive this and that will be looking to sell out and looking for opportunities to move on. And while at the same time as we should be looking for more suitable locations. So are you looking at those locations and potentially looking for suitable sites and looking at negotiating deals with businesses that might be in that position?
I think I want to say this. We're really not looking to prey on any business.
I'm not, sorry, I don't feel like my question is being asked, sir. I guess the question is, are you potentially, everyone knows River Road is a terrible location to put 62 units. Are you guys looking at alternatives, or are you refusing to look at alternatives even if a great site popped up and was like readily available and for this, whether it was a small business or whatever it is?
Okay, so I'm going to go back to answering the question. We're not going to look to prey on any business in our community that may be suffering because of the COVID-19 panic or the pandemic. So
how is that answering the question?
Because you asked in terms, you said businesses are going to fail and they're closing down, and are you taking advantage of that?
That is not what I said. I did not say, are you taking advantage of that? I said, we know that there's it's just a reality of the world. Forget about COVID. Are you guys looking for alternatives to River Road, since we all know River Road is a terrible choice?
So just since you put that out there, I just want to assure the public and assure our businesses that we are not looking to prey on businesses that may be having financial trouble.
Of course. I would hope not.
And talk to us, people that we've already had ongoing discussions with, and speak to us about helping them out. If something like this would help them out, we are absolutely open to that. And yes, we are continuing conversations that we have had over the last several months pre-pandemic.
Okay.
There are certain legal issues that may delay any sort of other site, be it a commercial site or another site, something like that, that would be beyond what we could accomplish for this third round. But nevertheless, we're continuing those discussions.
Okay, so you are looking at potential alternatives.
Mr. Mayor, if I may, and we need to be precise with our the way we phrase things. We're not looking, we do not talk to businesses. We would be speaking with property owners. There is a difference.
Right.
So we would not be speaking with businesses who may have leases with property owners, but we would be speaking with property owners.
Yeah, that's correct. A lot of property owners are businesses too, but okay, yeah, okay. So it sounds like you are investigating alternatives for the River Road site. So thank you for that. And I guess we'll hopefully hear an update on that. I guess a lot of my questions have already been answered. So I guess the only other thing that I want to point out is that we keep I've heard a lot of times people being interrupted over the course of this call and told that we have to speak at certain points in the meeting. And I understand that those are the rules, for meetings generally. I just think from our perspective, I just wanted to let you all know it's very difficult in like this forum to have these meetings this way and then also be told that, because a lot of times what I keep hearing happening is someone speaks and they get muted, then you guys get to respond, or maybe when the next person starts to come up, you get to respond to an earlier question and we don't get to respond back to that. So it's just a little bit frustrating. So I think maybe it would help to be like a little bit more flexible on that going forward, because even though it might not be directly on point to the ordinance on topic at that time, it's very hard not to be able to respond to something that was said earlier by a committee member in this forum, sticking to the exact rules, because you guys can kind of continue to speak the whole time, whereas we're kind of trapped to our like moment that we're unmuted. So I would appreciate that going forward.
Thank you very much. I would point out that those are rules that apply and have always applied regardless of this remote format, that in a public hearing on an ordinance is a public hearing on that ordinance. And that doesn't change when we go to this format. And certainly we've tried to be as flexible as, within the realm of keeping the meeting moving forward. I think that we have certainly bent over backwards in this meeting, trying to allow people to make connections and comparisons and pull in other examples from other fields. Yes, we did draw the line on a couple, but at some point you do have to try to do that in order to move forward. And knowing that there was this public hearing at the end of the meeting for all untouched topics, I felt that was the right thing to do. So, thank you very much. The next person on the list with their hand up is Mark Hamilton. Mark, if you'd identify yourself by name and address, please.
Yeah, it's Mark Hamilton, 132 Highland Avenue, assuming you can hear me. Just confirm
Absolutely. That. Yep.
All right, great. Hey, I'd like to ask just a sort of, record-keeping question, I guess you would call it. It's my understanding that the way this format works is that the moderator is the lone person with the ability to monitor or keep track of how many people are participating in this meeting. And there was a number thrown out earlier, many hours ago. I think it was 47. I'm just curious if somebody could confirm what that number is currently.
There are two people monitoring. There is the mayor and our clerk.
Anyone who's a panelist can see how many attendees there are. There are 8 panelists and 24 attendees for a total of 32 participants. And if, Mike, if you want to repeat that, just.
Yes. 8 panelists, 24 participants, attendees for a combined total of 32 participants. It ebbed and flowed. It was a good bit higher earlier.
Okay, great. Thanks for that. Obviously, this issue and this point has been made several times at this meeting and at previous meetings, including by me. But to the extent that this is the public comment time and we're entitled to comment, I feel compelled to make the comment once again, because it just has to be said, which is the fact that the committee is moving forward with this agenda, buying properties here, buying properties there, buying properties over there, now talking about rezoning properties for development on Hillside, making all these plans. There's surveyors out walking around people's property. and we're pushing this agenda, pushing it in the face of an unprecedented pandemic and crisis and forthcoming economic crisis and terrible recession at best, if not depression, is unfathomable to me. It's unfathomable to basically everybody I'm talking to in this township, except for the members of this committee. I don't hear anybody calling in and agreeing with this. And it's only underscored by the fact that, you know, we're talking about spending millions and millions and millions of dollars and putting up an enormous high density rental unit property on the steep slopes of the Passaic River. And we got 20 people participating in this meeting, as opposed to the number of people who were participating in meetings with regard to the Myersville Road project and other meetings. I reject the premise that this meeting satisfies the requirements of the Open Public Meetings Act. And I understand that it was noticed in the Chatham Courier and taped to the door of the municipal building. At the same time, the entire state of New Jersey is under a draconian lockdown order from Phil Murphy to remain at home. So I don't know what taping a notice to the front door of the municipal building does for anybody. This is a special meeting that is being noticed and held electronically, where people cannot gather. Like-minded people who may not know each other don't have the opportunity to come together in person to address these issues. And you even have a mute button to talk to people, to stop people from talking. And it is not appropriate for this format to move forward with these projects, in my opinion. And I understand that you obviously disagree, but I just want to get something straight for the record for the people, for the 20 people who are listening, is we've heard a lot of stuff about the court mandates and everything. And Mr. Cruz may be the best lawyer in the world, but you know, I'm a lawyer also, as you know. All lawyers are nothing but a humble mouthpiece of their clients. So we hear a lot from Mr. Cruz. What I want to hear is from the client, Mr. Kelly, Deputy Mayor Ness, just so everybody understands for certain what we're dealing with here. Have you instructed our attorney, Mr. Cruz, to inform the judge that in the face of this global economic crisis and pandemic and the severity of the long-ranging potential ramifications of what's going on here, we cannot address these issues adequately right now, and we can't have the appropriate public meetings, we can't do the appropriate due diligence until, at a minimum, Governor Murphy frees us from our homes. And to take that position with the judge, and the judge has rejected.
Okay, thank you very much. That's your 5 minutes.
Can we just refer to the document number 55, dated April 21st, which was our last continuance, which is our fourth continuance, as we keep restating, where we have gone back and said that we believe that we can continue some things, but we can't continue others. And we're asking for a continuance now. Our final compliance hearing will be sometime in late July, August. I'm not locked down in my home. I'm conducting business. I'm picking up things at restaurants. So I'm not sure what lockdown you're referring to, but we're not in a lockdown. We're in a please stay at home and kind of do your business as you can phase. And I think the biggest issue, Mark, that you have to understand is that we are trying to avoid getting stripped of our immunity. So does it make sense in this pandemic? No. That's why we're going for the continuances. That's why we're having these public hearings. That's why we're continuing these public hearings through the mid of June. It is not the best situation for this. And you know, we may go back and ask for another continuance. But the overall prospect of losing our immunity is not an agenda that we hold ourselves. It's an agenda that our entire town has a vested interest in, since the properties that they're going to come after are the properties that we own, or commercial properties that might step forward because their properties are much more valuable without any zoning controls. So that's the overarching issue. And wherever we can, we'll try to continue, we'll try with the continuances we'll go into July. And I don't disagree with you with some of it, that it's not the time where people can get together and talk to each other and do those things. It is a difficult time to try and do business. We're all trying to do business. We all have jobs. We're all trying to do all these things. So not the greatest, but hopefully we'll be able to, by extending these meetings with 3 additional public hearings on all of this, that we'll be able to get feedback.
And I'd like to respond to just a couple things that were said. That this was referred to as a special meeting, and just technically this is a regular meeting. It's on our regular meeting date. It's being held remotely and in a fashion that the state has ruled that qualifies as a regular meeting, and that municipalities are expected to continue to meet. So just to clarify the difference between a special meeting and a regular meeting. There was a reference to the failure to publicly notice this meeting, and a reference to taping the agenda to the door. Yes, we do post the meetings at the town hall. That is one of multiple ways that we do get the word out for the public's convenience. But we also advertise it in the paper of record, the Chatham Courier. We also post it on our website. We repeatedly invite people to click on the community alerts button on our website, and for those people who do, you can sign up to have the agenda delivered electronically right to your computer. So to hold up taping it to the door as the sole way that this meeting was publicized is missing out on at least the first 3 primary ways that we do announce meetings. That being said, I just wanted to clarify those points. The top person on the list is Dan Miller. Dan, would you like to comment?
I would. First thing, I'd like to ask you a direct question, Mayor Kelly, and it's been asked of you before. Mr. Hamilton has. Have you directed Mr. Cruz to tell the court, in light of the pandemic at the moment, we must push this off for at least 2 years until we see the financial impacts upon our residents? Have you directed him to do that beyond what was done back in April?
Yes, we have. We have had those conversations, and the idea that any judge is going to put this off for 2 years which is basically an open-ended extension, is not going to happen. And we've done this before. All you have to do is read the headlines. Englewood Cliffs had their immunity lifted because they had refused to act. The courts took over their zoning ordinance, and all applications go through the courts. And that happened just 2 months ago. Now, more recently still, Hillsborough was ordered to reach a settlement on this. I mean, you can just look at the headlines and compare us with the other towns, and you will see that this is not the way the courts are playing the game. If you do go back before this pandemic, and you and Mark Hamilton were at that meeting, I'm sure, when late last year, the Township Committee voted to seek a 10-month extension. And we went to the court with it. And as you recall, the courts refused to grant it. They scheduled a public hearing for us to explain ourselves. We did that. And we ultimately got some breathing room in the 2 to 3 month range, and we used it. We used that time to work on this, and ultimately asked for another extension and asked for another extension. And the courts have been willing to grant us defined amounts of time to accomplish specific goals. However, they have told us that we need to continue moving forward on the items that we can control. And in order to get to where we need to be at the end of our most recent extension, which is posted there on our website as number 55 with all the dates and the items that have to be done, we have to have control of properties that in order to make that deadline. So we are doing a balancing act. We have explained that these actions that we're talking about tonight are actually going to be spread over the next 4 meetings. There will be significant amounts of time to talk about them and listen to presentations, and then come back and talk about them some more, and hopefully answer the questions, many of which are legitimate, about these. But it is unrealistic and does not fit the facts of any other town in the state of New Jersey to stand up and say that we can unilaterally refuse to move forward without paying penalties that we as a township committee do not think would be in the best interest of the township.
Okay, that being said, I think many of the, am I on?
Yes, you are.
Okay, that being said, I think many residents in town would disagree. And, you know, just the other thing, we are basically on lockdown. Non-essential businesses are closed. Many people are losing their jobs. We don't all have jobs. I just wanted to mention that to back up what was said previously. Now, I also wanted to back up something that someone else said. 2 things that were said. We're looking at building group homes in people's backyards. We're looking at building on steep slopes and building in Mrs. Sagendorf's backyard and others. We're sending surveyors, unmasked, unprotected, into people's yards, okay, at the township's behest. And one of the biggest, I saw so little concern for that, but I saw concern, as someone else mentioned, for where they're going to place a high tension pole, where Ms. Fondaco may have had her flowers, not necessarily on her property, but in an easement. I also heard about tree trimming, you know, being called, you know, deforestation. What kind of deforestation is going to go on River Road? I think there's going to be a lot, you know, and those kind of things. So I really think that this committee is tone deaf to what the residents' true concerns is, and they place their own agenda forward, given those comments. I think that a lot of residents in this town are tired of hearing how our tax dollars are going to be taken from us and spent, how we need to pay more when we're all making less, how that this pandemic, and you know, we this is not exploitation of the pandemic, it's fact. This pandemic is going to have long lasting repercussions on many people here. As Tracy said, we all have jobs. We don't all have jobs. Many people in Chatham Township are losing their jobs. You know, they may not be at this meeting expressing themselves, but we need to think of them just as much as we need to think of the people who are in the nursing homes and the people who have been so devastatingly affected by this.
Dan,
Okay, I'm not done yet. Please don't mute me. Please don't mute me and let me finish. My 5 minutes is up because you used most of it with the answer. Now hold on 1 second. Why are we could be taking these dollars and putting them towards things like the mental health issues that people are having right now. We all know, we see the statistics. The alcoholism is up. The suicide rates are up. People with hardships are having a hard time, and we're cavalierly going about in this township and making bond ordinances, and we're taking surplus out of our budget to buy houses and everything when people are losing their houses, people are having problems with substance abuse, so on and so forth. And, you know, you say you reach out and you say you want the community to help. I've offered numerous times to help this community. I've also mentioned to you, I've also mentioned to you,
Dan, rep, that's it. One last thought.
I will finish my thought. I've also mentioned to you, Mayor, numerous times that I'm someone who, by the grace of God, has been sober for almost 33 years, okay, and would be glad to volunteer and help out to people in our town who are suffering, and I do in many different ways. But I certainly haven't been asked by our governing body to go out and help. So I've spoken all over the world on the issue. So once again, please don't be hypocritical on the issues. Thank you and good night.
If you wanted to reach out to me, Dan, we've been having these mental health initiatives with Tri-Town Cares for about a month now, and publicizing them. I've spoken about them in the meetings. So please feel free to reach out to me if you'd like to contribute or volunteer for that effort. We'd be happy to have you. I don't know. Where do you stand?
I'd just like to add that I think that the location of a tower is a perfectly legitimate question in the middle of a discussion about the location of towers. I think that to somehow contrast that with location of affordable housing is a totally unfair comparison. We ask questions about a whole host of different topics, and if we didn't, we would not be doing our job. So I think to try to characterize that the way that was being done is a cheap shot. So I'm embarrassed for you. The next person to speak, Nils, you have the floor.
It appears as though Mr. Murray is one who has not spoken yet, if I'm not mistaken. I think everyone else already has.
It's true. They've talked on previous previous hearings that we've held. So
They can't hear Tracy for some reason.
Yeah, I will keep the, Niels, you have the floor, please. As short as. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I want to explore an aspect of this fair housing that has not been dealt with. I mentioned I believe I have lived here for almost 25 years. And of course, one of the things you notice as we move here is that there are two Chathams. There's a township and there's a borough. They are apart. I am very sad to say that it has become painfully obvious why there are two Chathams and why these institutions keep to coexist at enormous costs in terms of doubling police, doubling administration, and paying very high taxes for inefficient governance. There's also a high cost in nature. I donated 4 or 5 acres of land about 20 years ago, encouraged by the township, the very township that is now bulldozing across Long Hill, the third Watchung mountain, pushing the poor and the colored over the cliff at the expense at the monetary expense of building in a very difficult location. Now, I want to bring in, I want to just ask a simple question. With the proposed River Road affordable housing, I would estimate that we're talking about, say, 200 people who would be living there. Say 2.5 person per family. 200 people. Now, you may not know, but out here in the boondoggles, in the idiosyncratic and poorer end of the township, we don't shop mostly in Chatham. We shop in the Providence. So you are putting up a wall here around the poor and the colored people. Why should those 200 people who will be welcomed here, why should they not be shopping at the Hickory Mall by simply following the master plan as it has been placed for about 25 years? That is, at the location around the police station, there is plenty of access to jobs and to shops, even without driving. So why are you taking away 200 potential customers from the Hickory Mall businesses? That's my question.
Thank you. We have, over the course of many months, we have looked at countless properties, many of them over by the Hickory Square Mall. We have talked to owners of multiple properties, and none of them were available to go forward with in terms of affordable housing. Now, you know, I would agree with you that we looked there first. However, we have to meet our obligation for affordable housing, and you know, the suggestion you make is just not a feasible suggestion at this time. We looked at it, we explored it, we have worked hard to make that work, but it's not workable at this time.
So thank you for your answer, Mr. Mayor. I have been looking into the causes of this debacle because it always surprised me. The township encouraged residents to donate their property for open space purposes. They got the state of New Jersey to pay for open space properties right opposite where I live, for example. That was very appreciated. And you get New Jersey state to pay for sidewalks on Southern Boulevard. Now, I profoundly disagree with your presumption here. I think there's an original sin here somewhere. And I want to mention two aspects of that. In 2016, in March, a housing plan, element and fair share plan was published by Chatham Township in consultation with Banish Associates. When I read that report, I was stunned because it seemed that the township was arguing that there are not jobs for 200 low and middle income people. No jobs around here. That was what I gathered from reading the report, as opposed to the Borough of Chatham report, which was very sober, factual, and believable. Now, the mayor that at that point, I believe, was Mr. Sullivan, who in two consecutive reports, annual reports, did not really mention affordable housing except disparaging it. He insisted that we are an incredible, generous community. And he also said, however, that with respect to affordable housing, one should be aware of the lingering effects on school system and taxes and so forth. I think there was an intent to segregate, very explicit intent to segregate, that is not to accept any affordable housing at all. Around that, at that point, I think the skate rink on the property designated to be used for affordable housing was already there. That skate rink has now been used as leverage to crumple up the available space around the police station, which would have been an ideal location for affordable housing. And I will appeal to the court to not accept the policies that you have engaged in, because I believe that there are continuation of explicit segregationist attitudes already in play, maybe from around 2010 or so. It was not like that when I came to the township. I must say there was a benign Republican leadership that encouraged open space, donations, and so forth. And now you have basically completely slaughtered the master plan. Now,
Can I interrupt, please? You're over the 5 minutes, so.
Okay, I'm sorry for that.
Okay, thank you very much. We have a hand raised here in our room. Ed, are you ready to question, or should I get back to you?
I wanted to clear up a couple things.
You know what, let's have that, can we have, do we have any residents that are raising their hand?
Okay.
We do have 5 residents raising, well, 4, a number of repeats, and I think 1. But Ed,
I'll try to be really quick here, okay? I just want to make sure we have this right. May 28th, it's going to be a group home presentation. June 11th, it's going to be the River Road presentation. And who was the developer?
The Walters Group.
And then there's going to be a June 25th meeting?
There will be a meeting on June 25th. The intent is to actually have our votes on at the meeting of June 25th.
The vote, you're going to vote on these 3 ordinances? I mean, all these ordinances, I meant to say?
All these ordinances, yes.
Vote, okay, that's when the vote, and then you said July 6th was something else.
Well, if you carry it out on the website, on the item number 55, that spells out our ongoing deadlines for the court.
Oh, okay.
There are a number of deadlines that do go out into the future, and they're all itemized in that posting on the website.
And 344 Hillside is going to be rezoned from what to what?
That is uncertain. They've asked, the Sterling Sun Homes, which owns the property on Hillside, has asked for rezoning to allow them to have 5 lots. The planning board will be looking at it and deciding what of a number of different zones might.
But what's it zoned for now?
I'm not sure I can say that with certainty off the top of my head.
So, like as a trade-off for that, they're going to be able to get the other 4. I mean, one of these lots is going to be for the group home.
Yes.
That's their proposal.
That's
They'll have to go to the planning board. That's their, sorry, didn't have my mic on. That's their proposal. We're simply referring it to the planning board.
And has the township agreed to buy one of these lots?
There's been no agreement at all. Tracy's correct. It's going to the planning board for them to review the proposal.
But we don't know what the proposal is. I'm very confused because you're trying to rezone it, but you're not saying what it's trying.
Well, they've asked for it to be rezoned, but the planning board would look at a number of different zones that we have in the township and make some careful decisions on which, if anything, would match up best with that situation.
And we don't know what it's zoned for now.
Well, you're asking me for a specific answer. I don't have that zone in my head.
Okay.
I'm going to call on Patrick Murray next. Patrick, you have the floor. If you could identify yourself by name and your address, please. Patrick Murray?
It looks like he's on mute, Mike.
There you go.
Yeah, hi, can you hear me?
Yes, we can. Thank you, Patrick.
I hear you.
Pat Murray. Yep. Patrick Murray, 107 Huron Drive. Thank you, Mr. Mayor and the Township Committee for letting me ask a couple questions, considering I've tried and you've kept me on hold for quite a while. But that's okay.
It was a long line.
Just 3 quick questions.
We jumped the line in order to get to you because.
Well, I appreciate that, but I think you referred that I spoke at another meeting. That was 2-3 meetings ago, but that's okay.
No.
Okay.
Apply that.
Okay. Anyway, I have 3 quick questions. I just want to a quick clarification from Councilman Ness, who spoke about one of the reasons that I believe you moved on to the River Road site is because the court denied the original site of Myersville. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. Can you specifically say they denied the site or they denied the township's timeline on the site?
They denied the township's timeline on the site as we.
But they did, right, but they did not deny the site, they denied the township's timeline, to be clear.
If I may, Mr. Miller.
Albert's.
I'm just trying to be clear because I just want to make sure that we understand what the court denied.
Albert, did you have a clarification there?
Yes, the issue of the specific site was not before the court. What was before the court at various times over many months is the time within which to implement a plan. Up to this point, the court has not imposed a plan on the township. That was something that Fair Share Housing Center Incorporated requested as a result of an extension, as the mayor said before, request of over 10 months into September of this year. The township made that request for an extension through, I believe, sometime in September. The court said that it would not grant that extension absent a motion before the court.
Thank you. I think you answered my question.
Well,
the question.
Can I give you the full answer? If you ask a question, you should receive the full answer.
As long as it's not taking my 5 minutes, I'm fine.
That's good. You're okay.
Okay. Thank you. Go ahead.
Albert, was there a final thought there?
The court required that the township file a formal motion to seek the extension it sought. Fair Share Housing responded to that motion with its own cross motion, seeking to strip the township of its immunity, seeking to appoint the special compliance master that would impose that person's judgment upon the township with respect to how to proceed forward, and a whole series of other associated relief. But the court, this issue on sites is what the town has identified and will be the subject of a hearing that we've talked about in July or August before the court.
Fair, fully understand. But just as long as I'm clear and Councilman Ness is clear, the court did not reject the Myersville site. It rejected a proposed timeline that the township presented.
And then there were a whole series of other reasons and other factors why the township changed direction. So you're asking for a one-word answer, which is under these circumstances not possible. The issue really is the township moving in compliance with the affordable housing deadlines and selecting a site. That is at this point, that remains a township decision.
Fair enough. I totally agree. It's not the site, it was the timeline. So long as Councilman Ness is clear, the Myersville site wasn't negated by the court system, it was a timeline, irregardless of the site, correct?
You said you had a couple of questions. I think we've answered that question as well as we can.
So question number 2, very quick. Is the Township Council currently or in the future open to any other site to go forward with their affordable housing obligation than the River Road site that is currently identified and agreed to in the September fair housing agreement that they did in February? Is there any other site that the township is currently willing to look at and open to away from the River Road site?
Maria, we tried to answer that question with an earlier person. It's a very hypothetical question. I think that the final answer that we all agreed on was that if there's a property out there, we certainly would be willing to talk to an owner about it.
Thank you. Thank you. So you are open. It seems like you are open. Last final question. There's a lot of talk about builder's immunity, and I understand all that. I don't understand all the legalities of it, to be honest with you, but I have a very simple question. Over the last 5, 10, 15, 20, 25 years, has any builder of a large multifamily complex taken the township to court against their zoning and variances rules and sought litigation to settle or to build on something against the township ordinance? Has any builder ever sued the town to build a massive construction of multifamily units over the last 10 to 15 years?
You're talking about Chatham Township or in general?
Chatham Township, Chatham Township. Have we been sued by a builder to build multifamily housing in Chatham Township that didn't go against our rules or master plan or variances or ordinance over the last 10, 15, or 25 years?
I think the answer
Has there
would be
been
yes.
any litigation?
The answer would be yes, because of Chatham Glen, that entire development was of affordable housing.
Okay. And how long was that? How long ago was that?
The 1980s, I think, was.
So that's more than 25 years.
Right, Albert, you're muted.
So I think that.
The reason the township hasn't been sued is that it has maintained its immunity throughout the entire period of the third round. So that is basically the goal here, to maintain the immunity, the same immunity it had up until this point. The township maintained its immunity by submitting plans that complied with the then regulations. So
Which
yes,
was,
the answer is the township hasn't been sued in the last 10, 15 years. The last time the township was sued was in 1985, that resulted in the Chatham Glen development.
Okay, thank you. That's all my questions.
Thank you, Mr. Murray. Very good. Mark Hamilton, you have the floor.
Thank you, Mark Hamilton, 132 Highland Avenue. I won't waste the Township Committee's time or mine right now. There'll be ample opportunity to address this at some point in the future regarding the treatment the last time I was on here, and the timing and the draconian use of the mute button in this allegedly public meeting. We can all run back, roll the tape, see who was allowed to speak for how long during this meeting, and address that another time. But I'm calling back on a specific issue, or a couple specific issues, and I will attempt to be brief. One, with regard to Mr. Kelly's comments after I was muted and then dropped. When I said this was a quote unquote special meeting, what I meant was effectively this is a special meeting. It's known as advocacy. What I was saying is this is a special meeting. I understand that it's supposed to be a regular meeting and it's on the regular calendar and it was advertised in the Chatham Courier and posted on the building, but let's all be honest, it is a special circumstance. And everybody likes to say, oh, well, this would have happened if we had gone to court and this would have happened when it goes to court. So let me engage in a little bit of that speculation. In the future, when somebody severely affected by what's happening at these meetings does go to court and challenges everything that happened at them and argues that this was effectively a special meeting because I was under a stay-home order from Governor Murphy, I didn't go over to the municipal building, I didn't find an essential business that was open so I could purchase the Chatham Courier and scour for it. This meeting should have been limited to essential business that is absolutely necessary to maintaining the operation of the township government, not massive spending sprees for long-range building projects. So that was the point that I was making there. And I understand that you disagree, but I think that this does not satisfy the requirements of the public meeting. And that just is what it is. You know, as far as the builder's immunity that keeps coming up. And I realize hardly anybody's listening to this call right now, except people who are friends of mine and members of the committee and a few other people. But this has to be made for the record. Was there a global pandemic, state of emergency, and stay-at-home order from the governor in place when Englewood Cliffs lost its builder's immunity?
Yes.
No, I'm going to interrupt.
April 24th.
I'm going to interrupt. Mr. Hamilton, you've raised the issue about being cut off. You were not cut off. You used up more than your 5 minutes. So I am not going to interrupt your 5 minutes now to answer questions. Why don't you just ask your questions? When we finish the 5 minutes, we will try to answer as many as we can. But this back and forth, if it's going to leave you with the impression that you were cut off, then
okay. Say no more. I understand your point. Okay, question one. Was there a global pandemic going on when Englewood Cliffs lost its immunity? I say there was no. Question two is, it's not really a question, it's more of a statement, but you can address it, a clarification, I guess. I think you may have respectfully misspoke, Mr. Mayor, if you go back and watch the tape. But after I was on, Mr. Miller followed up on one of my questions that wasn't answered and asked the yes or no question: did the committee ever instruct Mr. Cruz to go to the court and take the position that we did not believe that we could adequately address this in a public forum until after the state of emergency was lifted? And I believe that you answered yes. And then you went on to talk about, you know, stuff about the December meeting and the unsuccessful attempt to get a 10-month extension and everything. But I don't think that yes was the accurate answer to that question. I'm not saying that you lied or anything. I'm just saying I just want to make it clear so when I finish talking, you can address that. What I'm talking about is not, you know, an assessment of what might have happened or an assessment of what happened in Englewood Cliffs or whatever. I'm going to be very clear what I'm talking about is the simple question that we can let people know is, did Chatham Township make the decision to not look at past situations that are effectively irrelevant in the context of the pandemic, but decide to stand at the vanguard and take a leadership position for all municipalities in New Jersey and just basically push back against the government, like people have done in other states during this crisis, and said, no, we're not going to have these meetings and until the court absolutely forces us to have them. And there's a growing movement in other municipalities throughout the state to push back on this and push back hard. And so that's really the question is did we ever actually go to court and advocate that position that we were not going to move forward on public meetings on affordable housing during the lockdown? And now I know you're going to say I'm out of my 5 minutes, so I'll leave it at that with just one final comment, which is I did not, you know, appreciate Council Member Mess's committee member Ness's implication that, like, you know, we're not in a lockdown here. Okay, maybe it's not lockdown. It's a state of emergency. It's a stay-at-home order, whatever you want to call it. But it is not business as usual. People are not going about their business. As far as I can tell, I'm glad to hear that she is going about her business. And one business that she clearly is going about is spending tax dollars and looking for ways to max the tax. That goes on unabated, Mark, whether or not.
You said you were over, Mark. And
Thank you very much.
I am over for now.
Very good. Thank you.
Just to answer one of the first questions, Mike.
Sure.
Englewood Cliffs was stripped of their immunity on April 24th.
Actually, it was the week, it was between April 15th and April 17th, and it was reported on April 24th, but so that was in the middle of the pandemic.
So that was kind of at the height of the shutdown.
And it was Judge Christine Farrington.
Okay, that was no.
So that is the real issue, not a made-up issue, of the potential threat of losing immunity from builder's remedy. So yes, it's happening during the pandemic because they refuse to comply with their court-ordered implementation schedule. So yes, that's a threat to the entirety of the community, Mark. And no, I'm not looking to throw around and spend taxpayers' dollars. I mean, I know you guys love that. That's really now from 5 years ago. And it had to do with the school board meeting. And I think if you guys attended a school board budget meeting, it would be terrific for you to understand how that budget works. But we're going to be spending a lot of dollars, unfortunately, because of things that just have not happened over the past 5-10 years with regards to facilities and infrastructure. There is no money, Mark, as you probably well know. We did not introduce even though the builder's fee was introduced by the committee and passed by the committee in 2008, it was never enforced. Had we enforced that builder's fee, which every other town uses, we would have, Bob, and please correct me if I'm wrong on this, I believe if it was enforced in 2008, we would have close to or more than $4 million.
We would have between 1.8 and 4 million, 1.8 and $4 million depending on what was the size of the house. Like we start, the township committee now uses 2,500 square feet as the.
So from 2008 to 2020, if we had put in, I think we did that calculation, if we had actually enacted the builder's fee, the 1.5% fee, we would have accrued several $1 million.
At least 1.8 and probably
At least
more.
1.8. So we don't have that money. So we don't have that money to spend on implementing the affordable housing settlement. We also don't have money in our, we were $1 million short in our road fund. We don't have any money set aside for recreation or recreational facilities. We don't have any money set aside for this building or the police building. So yeah, we do need to start spending some money, and it's an extraordinarily unfortunate time that we are facing unprecedented expenses without any savings or reserves to back this up.
And then there were two other questions, but they really combined into one. Did the committee ever instruct Albert Cruz to seek a long delay during the pandemic? And did the Township Committee push back and claiming that there is a growing movement of towns doing such a thing? We did seek a long, and I think maybe there was a different understanding of that question previously. We did, back in late 2019, we sought a 10-month extension. So that was, it began before the pandemic, and the court did not accept it. We ended up getting a series of smaller extensions. We have been operating under extensions for, by the time we get to our extended deadline in July, August, it will be at least 18 months of seeking and being granted extensions. And of course, everything since the end of March really would be, of those would be covered under the coronavirus conditions. And as far as a growing movement, I wish that there was. I wish that we had to hang ourselves on that topic, but I don't see it that way. I mean, I see the United States Supreme Court moving forward with teleconference on their national issue cases. I see a lot of the world lobbying to try to get things done and move forward. In some cases, I think all of us would say there are people out there who are trying to open up too much. But we are all, in one way or another, trying to deal with this current situation and live our lives. And that applies to this affordable housing issue. The court is not granting open-ended extensions, and to claim that they would is really contrary to all of the evidence that we're seeing. It's wishful thinking, and I think all of us wish that it was that way, but it's simply not the case. Heather Ferran, you're next in line.
Hello, Heather Ferran, 127. I apologize, but at this point, after all this, I have a massive migraine, but I will make my points quick, and I have a question. One, the Englewood Cliff, I mean, we hear that a lot from this committee, and yes, in April they did, but you also don't tell people that they fired both of their attorneys and are vowing to appeal that. So it's not over by any stretch. And, it's great that, yes, Mr. Cruz is an attorney and he can tell you, but the rest are not. And you're telling everybody about this as the worst case scenario when in fact it's not even over yet by a long shot. To the second, I think it's very disingenuous to say that you overruled the Gibbons, and other people have pointed this out, because of the steep slope, and yet you still don't know what the slope is, even though I told you last time for lot 70 and the others on River Road, which it's actually 15 to 30% of a slope depending on where you're going up that ridge. And that is much more than Gibbons. It's actually in your own master plan and your open space, it is the steepest slope in all of Chatham. So to say that one place is not acceptable because of that and wetlands issue, even though River Road is a recharge area, to me, that screams discriminatory practices by this committee. You cannot, as a governing board, decide to willy-nilly apply your zoning ordinances in whichever way you want. You just can't do it, and you can't say it's because of affordable housing that that's allowed. That's not true, and it is discriminatory. And I would actually argue that you're picking both River Road and Southern Boulevard for all of these locations because they are, by majority, have lower property values, and therefore you're discriminating against the people that live there, indicating that they don't really matter as much, where, you know, up to where your true zoning should be, which is by Hickory Place, where it is in the master plan, but that's another point. But what I'd really like to know is about the environmental issues. Now, you're proposing to buy lot 70. I know that obviously everyone knows that it was my house that the surveyors came on. Lot 70 is below me. But what I know that you had a survey done. I know that you have a person engaged, you have a developer, but what you haven't told me is about any of the studies you conducted. And frankly,
I'm sorry, I missed that last half of the sentence.
You haven't told me about what environmental studies you've conducted on this property. Last time, you know, John and I spoke at the meeting, there was nothing done. There was no engineering study, no environmental study done. Have you conducted those studies to date?
When you say
on lot 70, have you conducted any environmental study on lot 70?
We're not at that stage yet. It goes to the planning.
So can I ask, you're not there. Okay. So nothing done yet, right? So, but you guys are not looking at alternatives. So I ask you this, when you find out that lot 70, I did a simple search on the DEP website. Lot 70 has a land use restriction on it. Lot 70 also has a spring that could potentially be a vernal pool. And if I find one salamander, you know you can't build on that lot. And lot 70 was also a habitat we had seen for a few migrating birds that are now considered critical and endangered and because, as we all know, that's a critical pathway to the Passaic River. What are you guys going to do when you figure out that you can't build on this lot? What alternatives do you have? Because you guys have obviously not asked I know you did ask the court for an extension, so you have till July and August, but you're not looking at alternatives and you haven't done the proper studies. What are you guys going to do when you realize you can't build on these lots?
I think one of the things is understanding the process. And I realize that this is not going to be readily apparent for people who haven't been involved in Dixie Dale and the steep slopes and the environmental issues and the wetlands and the vernal ponds that were on the Dixie Dale property that was approved by the planning board. But that went through a year and a half worth of discussions. And that's where this happens. So when it gets...
You have till July. So if you only have till July and August, how are you going to make any of those discussions? You're not giving anyone adequate time to do anything. You've not done any of the environmental studies that you need to do. And by the way, there was no salamanders in Dixie Dale, nor is it a passageway to the Passaic River and to the Greenway corridor. Not to mention, you still haven't done a sediment study of what the impact to the Passaic River is. So all I need to do is call up DEP, indicate that you're about to pollute and cause so much sediment erosion to the Passaic River, which is a heritage river, and yet not one person has done any type of observations. Yet you're saying Englewood Cliffs, run Englewood Cliffs. Yet
Could I just answer the question so that you can better understand how the process works? And there were issues. The drainage pool goes underneath River Road for Dixie Dale and does discharge eventually into the Passaic River.
Okay.
So
right. That is not a conduit.
So the process for this is in the process for this is it has to go to the planning board. The planning board is where all of these exercises, all of the environmental studies, traffic studies, steep slope studies, water issues, that's where all of this happens. So we're going to hold the public hearings. So we don't do them prior to.
Rubber stamp it, like they rubber stamp all your other decisions. So I ask you, what are you going to do if the planning board rejects this? You clearly have thought of no other alternatives.
The planning board hasn't rubber stamped any of our decisions because they are a quasi judicial body that stands alone from the township. In fact, I was very unhappy that they took off walking trails and public access to Dixie Dale on the, for no apparent reason. So they make their own decisions. It's an autonomous board. They have their own attorney. They have their own group, and we remand things over to them to go through the planning board process.
Then what
And
do you
that's going to
do
be,
if they reject this?
If I may make a suggestion,
so I think it's going to be a very good question. If it ends up at a point in time where they say that we can't build on that property. We don't have any other property. We've reached out to some,
issue. And you know that all of these impacts, I mean, all you have to do, with all due respect, is do one search for free on the DEP's website and see that there's a land use restriction on this property. What are you guys going to do if you're refusing to look at other sites? I know you've given lip service that said you are going to, but you're so far in the process and you're afraid of Englewood Cliffs. What's going to happen then?
Albert, did you have a thought that you wanted to add there?
if I may make a suggestion, as was explained before, the developer on, I believe, June 11th is going to come and make a full presentation. Some of these
He's not going to have done. You just told me, with all due respect, Mr. Cruz, I just heard them say that none of those studies are going to be done into the planning board phase. So with all due respect, I'm going to learn nothing from the developer other than a developer will tell you they can build on anything. And that is for certain. Anyone that's ever worked with a developer knows they are not engineers. Maybe they retain one. Maybe they have a hydrologist. That's unlikely. You're telling me that all this information is going to happen in the planning board, but you expect me to be able to comment and thoughtfully comment on something that I am only going to get from a builder, but yet no studies are going to be done before that?
Ms. Ferran, that brings us to about 10 minutes. So I'm going to close your comments there, but I am going to ask our engineer to try to answer some of your questions. So thank you very much, and I would reiterate our attorney's advice in that we do have a presentation scheduled for June 11th on that site, and I think that there will be a lot more information that night, and it will advance a lot of what you're asking about. Whether it answers all of them or not, I don't know, but I think that's I can assure you that there will be a lot more information that night. That being said, John, you and I were talking about the DEP and in relationship to the River Road site, and you know, I think that it was not accurately stated that we have not looked at that from that perspective. Can you shed any light on that?
A couple of things, Mayor. You can view DEP's website. You go on their GeoWeb GIS database, and you can look at what wetlands are in the area and what comes up on their heritage database, which identifies threatened and endangered species within the area. And so you can't rely on that, but it gives you some an indication of what's in the area, and it does plot wetlands within the opposite side of the road, where along the river there are pockets of wetlands, and you can project, assume the worst case scenario that you have a 150-foot buffer off those wetlands. The buffer does not extend onto the two properties, so we do suspect that there is not going to be any land use permits associated with the development of the River Road site. Their heritage database does identify only one species in that area of concern. It's the Indiana bat. And in the bat, they typically would not prohibit development. They do have restrictions during development or when a tree clearing can occur. But that would be the species of concern that the DEP has identified. The developer, as part of the June 11th presentation, he is doing a geotechnical investigation. So he will be looking at soil conditions, groundwater conditions. He will be doing preliminary calculations regarding stormwater management. He is retaining an environmentalist to verify wetland issues and threatened endangered species. So the presentation on the 11th, comprehensive presentation by the developer with his professionals. And, you know, the questions that have been raised are great questions, and they should be really addressed at that time when the investigation is complete.
Thank you, John. Folks, we have been at this for close to 5 hours, and I see a lot of repeat names on the list. We have set this up now to have a series of 4 meetings with 4 public hearings. And we cannot keep going around and around and having 5 minutes and 5 minutes and 5 minutes. The purpose is to have a 5-minute comment period, and we have offered that. And if there's anybody who is, you know, feels that they have additional questions. What? We have two phone numbers here. I don't know whether they've spoken or not. We will give them a quick moment, and then we are going to move on and invite people to ask their questions and follow-up questions at the next meeting. Greg, could you recognize either one of those phone numbers? Hello?
Hi, can you guys hear me?
Yes, we can.
Yeah, hi. My name is Kapan Ramachandran, and I'm the resident on 19 Gibbons Place. You know, I've been listening in, and thank you for the opportunity. I've heard quite a few residents talk about the Gibbons Place plot. This plot actually is the one right next to my home, right? And I wanted to offer some perspectives around why we believe, and we wish to confirm your perspectives as well, what you found around why this may not be ideal. Right? You know, in order for this site to be accessible, a road has to be built which would almost go through 1 foot into my front yard on one side. And then on the other side, it borders the town of Madison. So there are some, you know, real challenges in terms of accessing this site. Number two, you know, and this was already mentioned in terms of the height. You know, this plot is bordered not just by my property, but other properties in and around the Madison area, you know, where there are already some drainage issues concerning due to the uneven landscape, right? So these are just some of the challenges that are associated with the Gibbons Place plot, right? Not to mention, you know, if a site is built here, the road is going to go through my front yard, right? And it would, you know, it's going to present some real risk for not just the 4 families, but more directly to my family, right? So, you know, I wanted to provide that perspective because I've heard quite a few folks mention why not the Gibbons Place plot, you know, at least from based on the other sites, that is far less riskier in terms of, you know, the traffic that would endanger the folks living on the block. So that's point number 1 that I wanted to make. Point number 2 I heard was, you know, the town is apparently open to other locations. I know there is a property, 43 Britain Road in Green Village, which is about 15 acres, which has just come available on the market, right, for about $750,000. Now, a lot of that is wetlands, but about 1 to 2 acres of that is actually usable land. Is there an option that could be considered for this site?
Sir, we explored that site. It did not have land that was outside of the wetlands buffer. It was not usable.
Thank you. That's all I had.
Okay, well, thank you very much. Appreciate it. Greg, if you'd recognize that other phone number that's there. Phone number? Phone number 6941, if, are you there? Phone number 6941, you have the floor. Okay, Greg, you want to? Now we're going to close the public hearing. I think everyone has spoken this evening multiple times. We've been going at this over 5 hours, and like I said, we are going to be continuing these topics for the next 4 meetings. So with that said, we're going to move forward to Resolution 2020-126. Greg, could you read that title, please? And I'm formally closing the public hearing portion of tonight's meeting.
Resolution 2020-126, resolution of the Township Committee of the Township of Chatham, County of Morris, State of New Jersey, amending Resolution 2020-086 to add Block 62, Lot 70 to the area subject of the preliminary investigation and authorizing the Township of Chatham Planning Board to undertake a preliminary investigation for the redevelopment of land known as Block 62, Lot 70 and Block 62, Lot 71, as shown on the Township of Chatham tax map.
Thank you, Greg. Albert, can I ask you to give a quick explanation on that?
Yes, Mr. Mayor. First of all, just to remind Ms. Schwartz that she is recused for this item. And she could just turn off her picture or a live picture and we'll see a beautiful photograph of her. You may recall several weeks ago that the township adopted a resolution authorizing the planning board to in turn authorize the township planner to determine whether lots 71 and 74 were areas in need of non-condemnation redevelopment. The purpose of this, and before we even got to that point, there was also some discussion regarding a sewer easement through lots 26 and 27 or 25 and 26. This resolution is procedural in nature. It doesn't represent any action on behalf of the township other than asking the planning board to conduct a study. A preliminary investigation is the technical term of whether or not lots 70 and 71 constitute an area in need of non-condemnation redevelopment. It takes out lot 74 from that study and it confirms that no sewer easement is going to be sought. So it is an amendment to action you already took, asking the planning board to conduct the study, to in turn hold a hearing as to whether or not those properties meet the redevelopment criteria.
Thank you, Albert. Do we have any questions on this item? Very good. Do we have a motion to adopt?
So moved.
Can we have a second?
Second.
Very good. Greg, can we have a roll call?
Mrs. Ewald?
Yeah.
Mrs. Fundaco?
Yeah.
Mrs. Schwartz is recused. Deputy Mayor Ness?
Yes.
And Mayor Kelly?
Yes. Thank you. Resolution 2020-127. Greg, can you read the title, please?
Resolution of the Township of Chatham, County of Morris, State of New Jersey, referring the request of Sterling Son at Chatham, LLC, to rezone property known as 344 Hillside Avenue, designated as Block 67, lots 17 and 17.01.
Thank you. Albert, could I ask you for a brief description of this one?
Again, Mr. Mayor, this has been discussed at various parts of this meeting. There are two ways for a property owner to request a zone change. One is to go directly to the planning board and have the planning board look at it. The other is to have for the property owner to come to the governing body here, the Township Committee, for a zone change. There is no set procedure in the municipal land use law for a request of this type. Historically, the Township Committee has always, whenever, or at least since I've been the attorney, when it's when it's gotten a rezoning request, it's referred it to the planning board for the planning board to review it in the first instance and make a recommendation to the township board. And that's what you're doing. It doesn't represent any action per se. It's just simply a referral to the planning board for their consideration.
Thank you very much. Can I have a, do I have any questions for anyone on the Township Committee regarding this resolution? Can I have a motion to adopt?
So moved.
Can I have a second?
Second.
Thank you. Greg, can we have a roll call?
Mrs. Ewald?
Yes.
Mrs. Fondaco?
Yes.
Deputy Mayor Ness?
Yes.
And Mayor Kelly?
Yes.
Motion passes.
Very good. Do we have any need for the executive session? No? Okay, very good. That brings us to the end of the agenda. Could I have a motion to adjourn?
So moved.
And I will second it. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Very good.
Aye. I'm here.
Thank you, Karen. Very good, everyone. Thank you and good night.